Okay. Hopefully that works. I feel like Aretha Franklin up here doing a sound check before we get started. But I'm simply going to make a couple introductory remarks, mainly because we got a lot of folks in the audience who are not as, or at least not been attached to the program throughout this particular session of it for 20 out in YouTube land who just want to kind of get some orientation to it. And so by way of introduction, my name is Joseph Sinnercroft. I'm currently serve as a researcher at Florida International University, and I've been there for about 13 years or so, working primarily on nuclear decommissioning activities. And so we do a lot of research on behalf of the Department of Energy, Office of Environmental Management, and also three committees which related to nuclear technology and applications. And in case you've heard any stories from any of you, prior to that, I served 22 years as a Marine Corps officer. So if you hear a few ooh-ahs that have my apologies up front. But I just want to say, start and give some accolades. First of all, I can honestly tell you it's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve as their faculty mentor over the course of the past 8 weeks. When I retired from the Marine Corps, there's a lot of debate going back and forth about concerns about the new generation. And I can tell you that today, I'm alive today because of this generation and these young men and women that have been part of this WISE intern program. And this is what I'm saying to you, you're amongst the best of them. And so I, for one, am truly grateful, thankful to you, and feel exceptionally confident that we're going to turn over the helm and that you all will be at that helm to lead us into the next generation. We could not be in better hands, and if being a Marine Colonel means anything, I can attest to the character of every one of these young men and women, their intellect, they are absolutely above and beyond. I'd also be remiss if I did not extend a tremendous thank you to our sponsoring agency. We've had some just tremendous support from Russ, from Erica, from Jonathan, from Annie Perrin. All of them were absolutely phenomenal in the selection process and then all throughout the program. And then, of course, our co-sponsor, ASTM International, and an equal thanks to Matt, to Steve, to Travis, to Craig, and to a whole host of others who have been absolutely involved every step of the way of this program. What I would say to you that makes me exceptionally happy when it comes to these two organizations is that they are putting their money where their mouths are. They are truly contributing to the development of the future of our country, and they are laying the foundation for an infrastructure of opportunity. And what we've all learned here is if you just provide the opportunity for these young men and women, they'll walk through that door in spades and will take full advantage of it and push it well beyond anything that you could go. So with that, as you hear these presentations, and we're going to turn it over to our first presenter, Ethan, in just a second, we've had a couple primary themes that we've kind of pushed throughout the program this year. Each FMR gets an opportunity to put his fingerprint on the program with the group and crop of folks that he has, and given the times that that particular FMR is in. And so me, in the FMR world that we're in now, we're in obviously an environment of deregulation, right? That is the facts of the matter. We are experiencing significant deregulation. And so what I have kind of pushed on our interns and on the future as they develop their policy is starting to look at and leverage alternative methods of governance. And I think that they have done a very good job in their presentations of embracing that theme and of exploring alternative methods of governance that can fill the void at a time of deregulation. So things such as voluntary consensus standards and what role could they potentially play, industry self-regulation, all of those types of things. So you're going to see that common theme as we go through. We've also emphasized the importance of integrating trust constructs into their policies because they have to bring all stakeholders on board as best as possible. So we are looking for evidence-based policy. I think you're going to see a lot of that today, and in it you will see purposefully trust constructs embedded into their policy recommendations so that all people can come on board and all stakeholders, regardless of what flavor or what your politics possibly are. And then, of course, we all like to focus on the technology itself, but more often than not, the long pole in the tent are the critical enablers that facilitate the acceptance and the diffusion of that particular technology. And you'll see some of the briefs that you see out there today will be centered on a specific technology, but others will be centered on critical enablers that must occur in order to facilitate its adoption. Those could be anything from workforce development. It could be addressing how do you improve research university capabilities. All of those different things are absolutely in the technology and innovation system, as we call it, are absolutely critical. If you ignore them, you run the risk of not having your technology adopted and accepted. And so you're going to see some of those respective presentations today touch base on that. So with that said, thank you very much for everybody coming. Thank you to everybody out listening. I encourage you to ask questions. We're going to have a question and answer piece at the end of each presentation. And with no further ado, we're going to bring up Ethan. His mentor is right here, former FMR. And so he's under the gun. So we're going to make sure that he is the first one in the chute and hopefully not get shot, right? So Ethan, take it off.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you all for being here, and thanks to everyone tuning in online. My name is Ethan Sperli, and my project this summer was looking into meeting AI data center. Hello. So my project this summer was looking at meeting AI data center demand using solid oxide fuel cells. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the current AI data center development landscape, the impact that AI data centers have on the electrical grid, and the role that distributed energy resources, specifically solid oxide fuel cells, can play in our current situation. And then I'll go into 4 recommendations for American energy policy to support the growth of AI infrastructure in the United States. So the current data center roadmap is meant to meet our current AI data center needs. So what are these needs? We've heard it from across the political spectrum that AI is a priority, and we want to be a global leader in AI infrastructure. In order to do that, we need to expedite our development of data centers, which have to be powered and constructed. The graph on the right, the figure on the right, shows a survey from 2024 asking both data center developers and utilities when they see new data centers being able to come online. You can see that consistently data centers developers believe that they can bring data centers online faster than utilities can interconnect them. We run the risk of not meeting or leading, continuing to lead the world in AI if we cannot meet these timelines. So the scope of my project looks at how we can expedite AI data center timelines without legislative permitting reform. So focusing on how we can expedite interconnection and quickly build generation capacity to support them. Currently, that whole process takes a median of 5 years, according to a report published by the Biden administration in January. So one of the reasons why the current interconnection queues are so long is because of the current state of our electrical grid. The map on the right, published by NERC, shows different regions in the US and their current electrical grid reliability. And you can see that a large number of them are in elevated risk. That means that they face electricity shortfalls in the face of extreme weather events. And then the region in the center of the country will face shortages in the next 5 years, even with normal weather predictions. And so the result is an already stressed and strained grid that definitely is not apt to meet the demand posed by AI data centers. And the demand posed by AI data centers is really sudden. The graph on the left, published by PJM, the grid operator here in DC, it shows the predicted increases in demand based on the year the report was published. You can see in 2023, they predicted that demand in 2038 would be 165 gigawatts. Now, in the report published this year, it's more than 3 times that, largely due to AI data centers. So this not only slows American AI development, but also poses a risk to rate-paying consumers through increases to the electricity bills and reliability. So the real question is, how can we quickly increase generation capacity to meet AI data center needs? So the key way to do this is through distributed energy resources, or DERs. Essentially, DERs, compared to normal traditional centralized generation, they move generation close to loads. So instead of requiring new transmission lines to interconnect centralized plants, they exist within the distribution grid. Overall, they increase grid resilience and can decrease the cost of electricity, which will be increasingly important in the face of new data center development. The current generation of DER, which you're probably familiar with, is rooftop solar, diesel generators, Tesla Powerwalls that you might have at your house. They're largely for backup power, peak shaving, or net metering, so selling electricity back to the grid. The new generation of distributed energy resources that we'll need to meet AI data center demand are larger in scale, so they're of the megawatt order of magnitude, co-located with data center projects. They can be aggregated smaller distributed energy resources, but the important thing is that they're so large that they have to be actively coordinated by the grid operator and dispatched. So the distributed energy resource that my project focused on was solid oxide fuel cells. So it's an electrochemical cell that can run on both natural gas and hydrogen gas. And they're efficient, so up to 60% currently and 80% with combined heat and power. They're scalable and modular and quickly deployable. They're manufactured in factories and then shipped on trucks to the site where they're to be installed. They're not geographically restricted, and they have a small footprint compared to solar, for example. And then they're also reliable, so they run on fuels, hydrogen or natural gas, and they're a hydrogen-capable technology. This offers a number of advantages over traditional renewables, so solar and wind, which are intermittent, which has been the source of a lot of scrutiny currently. They also have a faster timeline than centralized plants. They can be deployed in about 6 months to a year compared to some of the larger capital investment projects like nuclear, coal, or large cogeneration plants. And then at the end of it, any natural gas-fired plants are subject to current turbine backlogs, which will take, it's about 5 years to obtain a natural gas fuel cell. And then one point I like to highlight is the future-proof nature of natural gas solid oxide fuel cells. You can see in the first row, they can run off natural gas currently to meet pressing demand, and then later they can be integrated into a hydrogen economy without any future investment. So I have 4 recommendations, the first of which is concerning incentives reform. Some background is the Inflation Reduction Act established investment tax credits for fuel cell projects up to 30%, and then the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that was recently passed codified these investment tax credits, which is different from when they repealed wind and solar, but the investment tax credits for fuel cell projects are okay. The only restriction or the only change was that they have increased domestic content requirements from foreign entities of concern, which has the potential to change supply chains for the manufacturing of fuel cells, but I've spoken to a few people in industry who are not overly concerned by these new rules. It also passed an end to hydrogen production tax credits after 2027, which does change the future of fuel cells, as the future of switching them to hydrogen may be further away now, but for the imminent use with natural gas, that's not a concern. I included the graph on the right just to show how important tax incentives are to the energy landscape. It shows new generation capacity additions from 2025 to 2035 based on the OBBBA and the IRA. You can see that the IRA tax credits based on energy modeling were predicted to add a lot more generation capacity, which we need to meet AI data centers. And so a lot of that is due to change. And when it comes to incentives, it's critical to keep them constant for market stability. But if we are going to be looking at how we're doing incentive programs and offering changes, I have 3 suggestions. So increasing incentives for hydrogen-capable technologies, DERs, and based on efficiency metrics. These 3 have seen success in a number of states, largely because they're technology neutral. They prioritize reliability and security. And those messages of reliability and security can fit into the current administration's messaging of energy dominance and security. So if we're changing the way that we do tax incentives for energy projects, it's worth looking at these more technology neutral options. So as I mentioned, there is a need for new standards when it comes to these incentives programs. These could be based on emissions intensity, dispatchability, service life, hydrogen readiness, and grid service capabilities. Overall, you could always, we need an increase in performance standards for fuel cell systems so that they can create clear expectations for how they can be used in these incentive programs, and then also how they can be a competitive alternative for data center development systems. The key player for setting standards is the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Energy Association, or FCHEA. I spoke to someone from FCHEA, and they said they understand the importance of the stage adoption methods, so starting with natural gas fuel cells and then switching them to hydrogen, and they're actively working on standards to facilitate that change and seeing how performance changes based on the fuel that you're feeding it. But largely they're working on hydrogen storage and transportation standards, so I would recommend that FCHEA look more at natural gas fuel cell standards that can help in the short term to meet AI data center demand. So my third recommendation are two approaches for fixing some of the information asymmetry that's currently in the AI data center landscape. So information asymmetry meaning that two parties have different accessibility or access to information, which causes a lack of transparency and some delays. So the first level of information asymmetry is between grid operators and hyperscalers, meaning the data center developers. And so I'm proposing a nationwide clearinghouse hosted by the Office of Electricity or the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that could help these data center developers pinpoint regions that are less congested. All this information is publicly available, but it's not consolidated in one space that's easy for hyperscalers to navigate. And this not only helps hyperscalers by finding where their projects could be brought online, matching their own timelines, but it also helps grid operators because they're not inundated with requests that they cannot fulfill. The second level of information asymmetry is between hyperscalers and the general public. Overall, I think we should try to increase transparency of data center electricity consumption and grid impact through mandatory reporting and more local grid resource adequacy testing. So I think standardizing tests across the country to see how these new larger projects impact the grid would help not only just the general public understand data centers that are popping up in their neck of the woods, but also help inform decision makers of how we can change these policies as we move into a more AI-driven age. My last recommendation is to develop and expand co-location schemes and programs. So as I mentioned, co-location is building generation capacity with data centers to minimize impact on the grid. The most mature of these programs is site redevelopment through the EPA Brownfield program or the DOE's Infrastructure Redevelopment Program. And there's been a lot of stories in the news of how these programs have been used to redevelop decommissioned coal plants. And they offer a unique opportunity because they're often already grid interconnected. They're near population and industrialized centers with networking resources, and they have often existing cooling infrastructure for data centers. The map on the right has dots where there's a retired or retiring coal plant from 2010 to 2030, and then the ones with disks around them are paired with an increase in generation capacity on site. So these are opportunities that the Pacific Northwest National Lab has identified as good locations for data center development. My second recommendation as far as co-location programs goes is developing federally owned data center parks. So this would involve the federal leasing or sale of land to build data centers. It can be coupled with on-site generation, so that means that the government can facilitate within these regions an increase in generation and data center development, so they can kind of tailor the energy mix to minimize grid impact. And this can also be paired with different policies to promote competition in the sector. So for every acre that they allocate for a large hyperscaler, they can ensure that some percent of that is allocated for smaller cloud service providers because it's agreed upon across the political spectrum that competition is going to help advance the AI sector in the US. And so allowing the government to have a hand in ensuring competition could advance the AI capabilities of the US. And then overall, the government could target or pinpoint federally owned lands that have a high potential for development, so near energy or networking resources, or interestingly, at military installations. Military installations are moving towards more energy secure, microgrid technologies and advanced energy technologies. So integrating data centers in these developing microgrids could be an interesting case study in microgrids, but also offer security and facilitate greater AI capabilities within the Defense Department as well. And then my third co-location scheme that I wanted to talk about is natural gas co-location. This is the least mature of the three. And so it would involve co-locating training AI data centers with stranded natural gas. So the map on the right is cumulative natural gas flaring observed by satellites. And you can see that there's large regions in western parts of North Dakota and Texas. And currently we flare about $1 billion worth of natural gas a year. So based on increasing modular technologies for AI infrastructure, as well as the inherent modularity of natural gas fuel cell stacks, there's potential to move these technologies to where the gas is instead of waiting for pipeline upgrades or other pipeline interconnections that are required to move the natural gas to population centers. So this would not only utilize a currently wasted resource, but in the future, when the natural gas wells are depleted, they can actually be used to store hydrogen gas as part of a hydrogen economy. So it wouldn't be, once the natural gas runs out, we have stranded investments in the middle of Texas. And then finally, it would overall reduce interconnection demand, not just for pipelines, but also on the electrical grid. Overall, there's need for more FERC co-location guidance. There's currently proceedings involving PJM and Constellation and Generator Company. And so we're expecting FERC guidance soon on these co-location and how they can maintain the Federal Power Act while they do this co-location. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to obviously open it up for some questions. It's time to murder boredom. If you have a question, please raise your hand and speak into the mics.
Awesome presentation, Ethan.
Thank you.
I'd just like to ask, what do you think would be, or I guess who do you think would be the greatest challengers to your reforms, and how do you think you could win over the greatest opponents?
That's a good question, thank you. I think at least one of the things that I've seen in the natural gas fuel cell kind of industry is there's a lack of support both from the right and the left because, it's not coal. So, we're still moving away, it's still an advanced energy technology, so we're moving away from supporters of traditional energy resources, but also it still emits carbon dioxide. So you lose some supporters that are pro-only clean energy. So, this is kind of, it's a niche energy topic in the sense that it kind of has that middle ground, but I think that's why it's so timely currently, because we can get some wins towards efficiency and sustainability while also recognizing that we need all hands on deck to meet AI data centers.
Any other questions? So I think one of the lessons learned. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ryan's got one.
Yes, ma'am.
Great presentation, Ethan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just want to ask, do you happen to know off the top of your head cost information for using natural gas in a thermal generating facility versus in a solid oxide fuel cell?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I know right now state-of-the-art natural gas fuel cells can get, for the levelized cost of electricity, it's $30 per kilowatt hour, which I think is pretty comparable to like cogeneration plants. But the emphasis is on, because they're scalable, you can do staged interconnection, and they can be manufactured. You don't have to wait for the natural gas turbines.
Any other? So you can see the deep dive that some of these individuals have done into their research. Absolutely fantastic response, and also like that Ethan put in a couple of things that we've been emphasizing, which is perfect is the enemy of good enough, and we got to be cautious about that sneaking into our policy. So you see kind of a middle ground solution here that at a minimum can serve as a bridging, and it's also a little bit future-proof and scalable and modular as technologies come forward. So interesting perspective and spin. Any other questions? Okay, super. So I think our next presenter is Shrika. And when you come up and present, I maybe missed it with Ethan, but also say a little bit about yourself. We got parents, we got people out in the world. I know this is a policy brief, but it also has some pretty important people attending. So.
Do we know how to get this working?
I think it's an issue with the mic.
This mic? Do you think that we could change it out
I
for
think we should
another
keep
one?
the mic on, but I think just have
Could we use a
jiggle it.
handheld instead? Would that be better?
Yeah.
Joe, can we try that handheld? Because that was...
Hello everyone, my name is Shrika and I'm a rising junior at the University of Texas at Austin, where I'm studying mechanical engineering. This summer, I was sponsored by ASTM International to participate in the WISE program, and my policy topic is scaling polymer additive manufacturing for sustainable practices. So I want to start by giving a look into the state of the United States manufacturing sector currently. According to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, the U.S. manufacturing sector only grew at an average rate of 1.7% per year from 1997 to 2022. This puts us at an average growth rate that's lower than half of the countries in the world. Current manufacturing practices were developed in an era of centralized mass production, and consequently, we struggle to address challenges in waste management. We're heavily reliant on global supply chains, and we lack environmental sustainability. There's a need for us to greater align our current technological capabilities and sustainability goals with current manufacturing practices in order to revitalize the United States manufacturing sector and forefront the environment. The United States also plays a substantial role in plastic or polymer production, with 130 million pounds produced onshore in just 2023. Yet North America only accounts for 17% of global plastic production and continues to import a large amount of polymers from overseas, accounting for over $1 billion in imports again in just 2023. This not only exacerbates our reliance on international supply chains, but also creates a gap for the industry to be disrupted by geopolitical and economic conflict. Studies indicate that traditional manufacturing facilities generated substantial non-hazardous industrial waste, with 244 to 264 million metric tons produced in 2015. Much of this waste does originate from virgin plastics, which continues to dominate manufacturing inputs despite their environmental costs. Virgin plastics are extracted and processed through energy-intensive methods that emit greenhouse gases and contribute to long-term pollution. Meanwhile, only a fraction of this material is recycled and reused, underscoring the urgent need for improved waste management and circular material flows. Polymers play a fundamental role in the facilitation of human life, and they've only become increasingly prominent. They've become a part of every single sphere of our livelihood, and they're not going away, so we need to work towards solving this issue and transforming the ways in which we interact with them. Additive manufacturing, which is also known as AM, or 3D printing, is an advanced manufacturing technology that creates geometric structures by building layer by layer. AM deviates from traditional manufacturing practices in many ways, from its bottom-up capabilities that eliminate the need for casting tools, to its potential to create parts that don't require extensive post-processing, such as the removal of sprues or supports. This as a whole enables a timelier, more material-efficient, and more energy-efficient process. Most importantly, AM offers us the opportunity to move away from a projection-based manufacturing model and instead adopt an on-demand model in a decentralized manufacturing landscape. AM is specifically the ecological choice for polymers because of its ability to be integrated into the concept of a circular economy and disrupt the current relationship that we have with polymers. AM is a booming industry. It generated more than $4.4 billion of revenue in just 2024, yet only a very small number of companies actually use it to create finished polymer goods. This indicates that there's a need for more research and development on the scalability of AM methods, in addition to material development that will allow for it to be successful in a circular economy. So to take a step back and talk about a circular economy, in a circular economy, materials are continuously brought back into the economy after use. By implementing this concept, the life cycle of a material is extended, and sustainability becomes an embedded process of the manufacturing process. Plastic waste and recycling remain an immense contemporary issue, as we've established, and the overwhelming majority of plastics are currently being landfilled, and the amount of plastic that we're using is only growing substantially. AM offers the opportunity to establish this circular economy and further change the traditional relationship between the producer and the consumer. Conceptually, a circular economy with AM would constitute the original creation of a polymer product that then goes into the economy and to the consumer. The consumer would then recycle the product, and the material would be reprocessed to become a usable filament. A new product would be manufactured with the use of the recycled filament, and this cycle would continue until the material degrades to the point of dysfunction. A novel part of the circular economy in conjunction with AM is the potential to transform and strengthen the relationship between the consumer and the producer. By creating a smaller supply chain and prioritizing localized production, there emerges an avenue for a relationship between the manufacturer and the consumer. Subsequently, there's an opportunity for an extended product life through cycles that allow for repair and refurbishment of a product directly from the manufacturer, decreasing the amount of polymers that we use. Oh, can you also hear me? Or okay. A really compelling part of this technology is the idea of DRAM, or distributed recycling via additive manufacturing, where plastics that weren't initially a filament, like plastic bottles or milk jugs, that are able to be recycled can be turned into a filament and then used through additive manufacturing. This really helps us enable circular material flows. Some barriers to implement additive manufacturing on a larger, more industrial scale include technical development on the processes, material development, and changes in current perception of AM as a whole, which see it as a more elementary technology. In addition, there must be development and standardization of materials, especially in the realm of thermoplastics, in which we need a better understanding of heat degradation in order to implement the circular economy conceptualization and decrease the amount of virgin plastic that we use. So how can we use policy to scale AM? My first policy recommendation is to expand the AM Forward initiative. In 2022, the Biden administration launched AM Forward, a voluntary initiative where major US manufacturers like GE Aviation and Lockheed Martin committed to purchasing additively manufactured parts from smaller domestic suppliers. This aimed to strengthen supply chains, reshore manufacturing, and accelerate the adoption of metal additive manufacturing. The program supports small businesses through access to capital, workforce development, and qualification research. Though currently focused on aerospace and defense through metal additive manufacturing, AM Forward's adaptable framework could be expanded to include civilian-use products and polymer-based goods by fostering partnerships between large consumer companies and local suppliers. These suppliers would benefit from shared resources like design files, material standards, training, and equipment financing, allowing for further development of AM technology for plastics. My second recommendation is to implement a tax incentive model. The CHIPS Act of 2022 established an advanced manufacturing investment credit under which a 25% tax credit was provided on qualified investments in advanced manufacturing facilities in the US. To be eligible, a facility must primarily manufacture semiconductors or semiconductor manufacturing equipment. This investment credit framework could be applied to adapt and incentivize AM as a whole and polymer-based AM by supporting domestic consumer goods production. Under this policy, facilities implementing larger scales of AM would be eligible for tax credits, and to further incentivize the use of recycled and biodegradable plastic, facilities using these materials would receive larger tax credits. The CHIPS credit aimed to rebuild the domestic semiconductor capacity, and a parallel credit for AM would encourage US manufacturers to adopt the methods, allowing us to build pathways for a circular economy and more sustainable practices as a whole. And then my final recommendation would be to develop more standards. A barrier that's making it difficult for the adoption of polymer reuse in AM is the lack of standardized methods for predicting the heat degradation of plastics. ASTM, as we know, is a leading standards organization, and they currently have a gap in standards for polymer AM. There's currently no widely adopted framework that allows manufacturers to assess how many times a polymer can be reheated, extruded, or reshaped before it loses its mechanical integrity or becomes unsuitable for reuse. This uncertainty limits the viability of circular manufacturing models and forces producers to rely heavily on virgin plastic. Without a predictive standard, stakeholders don't have the basis to make informed decisions on recycled polymers, which has slowed the adoption of the technology. To mitigate these issues, there should be the development of dedicated standards for heat degradation prediction and thermoplastics. Thank you all for listening. I'm happy to take any questions at this point.
Okay, do we have any questions out there?
Gonna see a hand go up, Matt.
I do have a question. Yeah, I do have a question. Great presentation, Shrika. How would you change verbiage on or ways to convince individuals that the sustainability or circular economy as more, they're less interested in that? What are ways that you could help to convince those that are skeptical to embrace AM or technologies like this?
Yeah, this is something that Joe and I.
Repeat question for the live stream.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
the microphone has to be right in your mouth.
So the question is, how do you incentivize other folks who are not necessarily on board with sustainability or those types of pressure points? Is there an alternative way to get them excited about this particular industry?
Yeah, this is definitely something that Joe and I have talked about. And one of the economic standpoints is that additive manufacturing is cheaper for smaller production runs. So anything less than 200 parts, this would be also the economic choice as well as the more sustainability forward choice.
Shrika, is there any way, it seems like with the circular economy approach, it doesn't go back to the original manufacturer, it goes on to a different manufacturer or a different product type. Is there ever going to be a chance for the polymers to be reused for the same products over and over again?
Yeah, I think there's definitely an avenue for that. I also think that in my conceptualization of a circular economy, the producer would, or the consumer would give it back to the same producer so that we can create the same products over and over again.
Great job. I was curious, in your research, did you see any evidence of folks designing polymers with circular economy in mind? Because the polymers usually have a lot of additives as well, which may make recycling amenable, but are they being designed, as the new polymers come out?
Yeah, so in the industry currently, biodegradable polymers are something that's being developed further. Another thing that's being worked on through NIST is like material characterizations of polymers that will enable us to eventually get there.
Okay, any additional questions? Those are some pretty in-depth questions. Okay, fantastic. Shrika, thank you very much. Shrika's our only female, for those out there, as you noticed. And she has more than held her own, as everybody would attest to, in terms of her research, leadership, and example that she set throughout this thing. So thank you, Shrika, from me to you for that particular. Okay, who's next in the chute, so to speak, is our other Ethan. Coming up, not to embarrass him whatsoever, but I hear he's quite the pickleball player. What Andy Perrin says, he showed up, nonchalantly said, yeah, I guess I'll play some pickleball. And he shows up with a $2,000 high-speed super, hits it home racket. So, yeah, be careful. Don't get him on the pool hall. So, with no further ado, Ethan.
Thank you, Joe. Is this working? Yeah, all right, good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ethan Andrews. I'm a senior at Case Western Reserve University studying chemical engineering. I'll be presenting on promoting and incentivizing safer chemical products. Chemical pollution and toxicity is a known issue in the U.S. Detergents and the substances they break down into have been found in the majority of U.S. waterways tested, with one study reporting their detection in 69% of those waterways tested. This study also found that 66% of these streams contained disinfectants. The map to the right shows the sites that samples were taken from and tested. These numbers in this map show the pervasiveness of common chemicals in our environment. Importantly, some of these substances linger for years in these waterways and have been linked to environmental harm. On top of this persistent pollution, many traditional cleaners give off high levels of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, and repeated exposure to these have been linked to lung diseases like increased chances of lung cancer and greater asthma symptoms. This is especially concerning for workers in cleaning services that are repeatedly exposed to these products. Due to these health and environmental concerns, there are numerous reports of consumer surveys detailing how consumers prefer environmentally conscious products and safer chemical products. However, some studies have also found that these surveys don't really correlate and match to actual purchasing practices. One study reported that while 65% of consumers said they wanted to buy eco-friendly products, only 26% actually went out and purchased these products. This phenomenon is named the intention-action gap. And some of the reasons it happens are people are used to their routine, they go out and they purchase what they're used to, not exactly perusing the shelves. And there's also just a lack of education and awareness. These consumers, a lot of times, they don't know which products are actually environmentally friendly with labeling that can be misleading. So how can we go around filling this gap? Well, we need better ways of communicating which products are truly safer, and we need to create an incentive to break this routine. We cannot rely on legislative regulation to move the entire market and close this gap. The main regulation behind these substances is the Toxic Substances Control Act, also known as TSCA. TSCA provides a framework for reviewing chemical products, but it has its own shortcomings. In 2018, the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, proposed a new framework for reviewing chemicals. A large push during the first Trump presidency was to streamline this review process to be faster. The National Resource Defense Council saw this and believed it could be potentially dangerous and unlawful and sued the EPA. This led to the EPA dropping this new framework, but now we know similar desires to streamline EPA's review processes are back, and so are their respective concerns. In 2021, the court case Enhanced Technology versus EPA also displayed another limitation in TSCA. A long-standing industrial process was discovered to produce harmful materials, and the EPA tried to classify their presence as a new use since they were just discovered. And this would allow the EPA to restrict these chemicals in certain ways. But the court determined that since the industrial process itself was not new, this rule could not be used. This ruling limited EPA oversight. And the public was also not very happy with how the health and safety data related to this process was handled. It was classified as confidential business information and therefore limited public transparency on the potential health concerns that these materials caused. Now today, there's an even stronger push for deregulation and a stronger political climate that's trying to move away from EPA regulation. The EPA is also seeing reductions in budgets in their proposed budget and in their staff. One method we can turn to as an alternative to regulation is voluntary standards. Voluntary standards communicate the performance, safety, and quality of products to consumers and can help promote their purchase. These standards are often displayed through certification labels on product packaging, like seen here. With a well-recognized and trusted label, we can increase consumer awareness in environmentally friendly purchasing, and labels focused on promoting these environmentally preferable products are known as eco-labels. While there are many eco-labels out there, private and government-run, the EPA itself runs multiple eco-labels, including Energy Star, WaterSense, Safer Choice, and SmartWay. Of these, the most famous and widespread label by far is Energy Star. Energy Star is a great model for an eco-label. It is a joint program between the EPA and the Department of Energy. It promotes energy-efficient buildings, appliances, and devices using its recognizable cyan logo. Through continued effort and support, Energy Star has very high levels of public awareness and impact. In 2022, 89% of households recognized the Energy Star label, and 47% knowingly purchased an Energy Star product within the past year. These are great numbers, and we can take what we've learned from the success of Energy Star and apply it to other eco-labels. Chemical products have an analogous label, also run by the EPA in Safer Choice. It involves a rigorous environmental and health review that analyzes each ingredient of a product individually. Approved substances get placed on the Safer Chemicals ingredient list, and additionally, the packaging for these products is also under scrutiny, with recyclability and use of recycled content highly encouraged. Some specific materials within the packaging are also not allowed. Most importantly, now PFAS, or per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as forever chemicals, are no longer allowed in packaging materials. Products must also meet performance standards to ensure they are as effective as conventional options. The Safer Choice program is more than just a certification label. It's a public service that helps consumers and industry with seeking safety, transparency, and informed substitution. But the program is not perfect. It does not yet have the same massive impact that Energy Star does. One survey found that only 45% of Americans recognize the Energy Star name, the Safer Choice name. While the EPA is attempting to combat this lack of awareness with YouTube videos, webinars, and social media graphics, these can only do so much. Overall, there's a lack of incentives to switch from familiar products over to Safer Choice certified products. And like mentioned before, there's a great deal of institutional instability within the EPA. This discourages businesses from certifying their products as they're concerned with the future of the program. On the right, you can see the White House's proposed budget that would have the EPA's budget. Though in the face of this, there are ways that we can support the Safer Choice program to allow it to succeed in helping people choose safer options and reduce pollution. We can take a couple of key advantages from the Energy Star program and apply them to the Safer Choice program. My first recommendation is to codify Safer Choice. This could encourage more businesses to approach certification due to the increased program stability. Reformulation, labeling, and marketing are all long-term investments that manufacturers do not want to see go to waste. Energy Star has the distinct advantage of being formally authorized in the Energy Policy Act by name, and this makes it more stable and more attractive to certifiers. EPA restructuring has left Safer Choice weakened multiple times, and executive pressure to completely eliminate the pollution prevention programs and grants that house Safer Choice has existed since the first Trump presidency. In fact, all 4 years he was in the White House, their proposed budget proposed completely eliminating all funding from the pollution prevention programs. Yet Congress each year fully funded these programs, the same as past years. Since there's no legislation that explicitly names the Safer Choice program or the EPA's control of a program like Safer Choice, the program could potentially go away with an executive decision. In addition to the congressional support, the program has a strong industry backing. Letters from industry have been sent to the EPA and EPA administrators in Congress numerous times, but most notably in 2017, 2021, and 2025. These letters all are in support of EPA control of the program and are signed by hundreds of businesses and industry coalitions. And these are not small names either. I'm sure many of you recognize some of the logos on this slide. BASF itself is the largest chemical company in the world, and they've put their own name on these letters multiple times. A program that is supported by Congress and industry alike should also be supported in law. The Safer Choice program should be codified through amendments to the Pollution Prevention Act. These amendments would define the scope of the program, establish positions dedicated to Safer Choice, outline EPA's responsibilities, and authorize consistent levels of funding. My second recommendation is to introduce financial incentives. Energy Star has long offered a range of tax relief for businesses and individuals to encourage the purchase of Energy Star products. Studies have found that the proportion of certified homes in an area increased as the number of incentives also increased in that area. Some states also offer rebates and tax holidays on specific product types for Energy Star. Tax holidays meaning short periods of time throughout the year where sales tax is removed from products. These rebates saw success in increasing the sales share in the areas that they were offered. However, Safer Choice products are often low cost and frequently purchased, very different from expensive, infrequent purchases that many Energy Star certifications cover. For this reason, I recommend Congress commission a study to evaluate the fiscal viability and the environmental return on investment of financial incentives. This analysis could be conducted with coordination between EPA, Department of the Treasury, and congressional budget staff to ensure that any incentive structure recommended is both cost-effective and actually influences market behavior to enable broader adoption without unintended consequences or budget strain. Overall, Safer Choice is a great tool that helps industry and consumers along a path towards safer chemical products. We can help Safer Choice by authorizing it in the Pollution Prevention Act and exploring financial incentives. Right now, Safer Choice is at risk, and elimination of the program will only work to ruin investment and remove a public service helping people be safer. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
This was a great presentation, Ethan. Well done. And very timely, given what's going on. I believe President Trump is moving to eliminate Energy Star if he hasn't already. And so with that being said, can you give some insights about what would motivate Safer Choice, or what makes Safer Choice compelling to Congress, or much like the statistics you had about the public having heard of Energy Star and purchasing Energy Star appliances were really high. So what could be done in this political environment to inch those numbers up for Safer Choice?
I think the biggest thing we're seeing right now is the industry support. I mean, we know that if industry is all in on something, Congress will most likely back it, which is why Safer Choice has seen continued funding throughout the time that the executive branch has kind of been against it. So I think along with Energy Star, it's codified in name, so it's more difficult for Trump to kind of push it out. I think continued industry support is just the way to go. If you contact your local representative and you try to get them to get in contact with businesses, local businesses even, to push for these standards to remain around, then I think that could really help.
Okay.
Thanks, Ethan. Great presentation. Is there evidence or are there trends to show that programs such as Energy Star and Safer Choice have brought companies and business and consumers along with the interest in purchasing more sustainable and more options that have less chemicals or take up less energy?
There are many statistics that show how much energy Energy Star has saved. I don't have them off the top of my head. For Safer Choice, I think it's a bit more difficult to really determine how much pollution it's really prevented, and that's something that I would like to see studied more, especially when I recommend the study on financial incentives. I want to know if the return on investment, if we invest this much money into promoting it, how much pollution do we really prevent? So that's something I don't know, but I would like to see more studies on.
Apologies if you already said this, but are there any bills or amendments or anything out there that you've seen in Congress to kind of codify this? Or if not, are there any political vehicles you could see it being tacked onto or anything like that?
That's a good question. I don't know if I could really see it being tacked on to anything besides being put into the Pollution Prevention Act. That's right now. That's their authorization to run the program is loosely through the Pollution Prevention Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, but they don't name them. They don't name Safer Choice. It just says to facilitate the adoption of source reduction techniques by businesses. So it's very broad. So I think the only way that they could really do it is to put it into something that already gives it some authority, which is the Pollution Prevention Act.
For ISDM, I think Ethan and I have discussed quite a bit on the potential of shifting this. If it were to go away, what would be the appetite for industry to incorporate components of it within industry standards or other mechanisms so that you can salvage some of the effort, and then how he would work potentially with various committees, whether that's ASTM International or other standards development organizations for the particular industry, to codify some of it separately outside of legislative actions. But that's something I think we've discussed quite a bit as well.
Yeah, third-party certification programs.
Exactly. Yep. Any other questions? So absolutely fantastic job. You know, aside from his pickleball capability, and here he's got a pretty mean basketball game as well, which I haven't been able to challenge. But Ethan really incorporated, you heard a lot of the trust constructs and how do you develop trust constructs and the importance of institutional trust theory in labeling and those types of things. So he really grasped that and incorporated thoroughly throughout his presentation. So excellent job. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure. So look forward to serving with you well into the future. All right. Are we at lunch? We're at break. I'm sure there's some happy people there. So.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Yeah, I can see,
No.
I will say that.
is Olyver Blaisdell. I am a computer engineering student at Montana State University. And here at IEEE-USA WISE, I have spent the last few months making a policy paper about AI in higher education. So to begin, the current status quo tells us that education is far too outdated, far too ineffective, and too inefficient to support the needs of its modern students. ACT and SAT scores alone show us that over the past 6 years, the rates at which the scores are high have been declining. This is this is mainly due to the feedback of these students, as they are unable to actively take that feedback and learn with it. Students are suffering and unable to actually make something of their scores. This is a major problem, and students will turn to AI to supplement their needs. This is a boon for students, given AI, for every party of or mindset of student, as they are able to both responsibly take AI with digesting and breaking down their information, but also students who are using it less responsibly turn that into a burden for faculty, as students will tend to submit work that is not their own or work that they haven't entirely understood and try to pass it off as something that they have completed, which not only is a problem for faculty, but also a problem for the student because they had never learned anything in the first place. Is this an opportunity or a threat? Well, in my mind, this is an opportunity to change the institution as a whole, as students are not trying to sabotage the system intentionally, but signaling that they need support. Given a student survey by the Digital Education Council in 2024, they had gathered over 3,800 responses across numerous countries, 86% of which had reported the use of AI in their studies, and 66% of those students had used AI and wanted change. This is not something that is just students wanting change in their work or trying to change their thoughts about AI, but rather wanting institutional guidance or guidance in their thought process surrounding AI. Some considerations for improvement would be, rather than banning AI across institutions, which is currently widely spread, as faculty will use AI checkers or turn it in, as you might know, as a way to prevent the use of AI. However, students will turn around and use newer models to try and bypass this, causing a escalation or an arms race between the two parties. So some considerations for improvement would be, instead of banning AI, higher ed should learn to harness its power, to apply it to students across the universities, and promote student agency, critical thinking, and deep understanding in their work, as well as providing the timely feedback that we are so looking for. One way to do this is through AI-assisted formative models. To give you a brief rundown, summative models are your high-stakes exams, your labs, or not labs, your tests, your final papers. These are your big assignments at the end of the semester, end of the unit, end of the subject, however you might see it. They will prioritize or focus on your mastery of the subject rather than actually learning anything from them, and will provide a way for these students to show off a statistic of their progress through their studies. This is not something that we are going to focus on. Rather, I am not going to change this at all. As formative, your discussions, your labs, daily assignments, and discussions tend to focus on your learning side of the equation, as students are able to more effectively collaborate with their peers and now with AI to foster higher thoughts as well as ideas and the deeper understandings that we were looking for earlier. Not only were they able to do this, but also with the AI was able to help gauge effort and target the weak points of said students. As students, when they are working in their studies or their fields, they need to stay relevant to their topics, and they need to make sure that this is what they're actually looking at is correct. And the AI can help them make sure to stay on task and stay relevant to their studies. They can also help with targeting the weak points of these students, as they need support in making sure that their feedback is actually helping them and not just telling them, yeah, you're doing a good job, this is wonderful. And students are not exclusively affected by this either. Faculty also shift roles from catering to the outliers of the class. Those who are far ahead and far behind tend to take precedence of the facilitator or faculty member's time and concentration. As people who are far behind will take, will need more support than those who are, or the rest of the class, to actually succeed and not fail out or drop out. Those who are far ahead will need more work to do or stuff to do, as they will complete their assignments faster than the rest. This also helps the faculty shift roles from grading all day, as most faculty in higher education have 100+ students to deal with. And grading is not something fun for any of them. AI will allow students to more effectively get grades in ways that can help them and give them feedback so that, or help the faculty as well, give them less time, or spend less time grading, and support these students by giving them a grade that is, I wouldn't say filtered through AI, but filtered through AI to more successfully achieve what they want through the class curriculum. This isn't a far-fetched or idealistic way either, as through flagship institutions, this has already been done through both Georgia State University and Arizona State University. Compared to their average, or the average of the retention rates in Georgia and Arizona, these universities have been significantly higher in their retention rates. Georgia State University specifically was able to drop its DFW, or drop, fail, withdraw ratio to by about 21%, which is significantly higher compared to other institutions in the state. Arizona State University was also able to use a similar chatbot, but one that was trained off of more scholastic and reputable data in its models, and increased the ASU retention to around 85 to 88%, which is much higher than the average of 68 to 75% that you see in many other Arizona institutions. This is not exclusive either to academic work, because students actually really enjoy the use of AI. Given the participation in one of the ASU's biology courses, they were able to increase the student participation from a 48% participation rate to 71% in a single semester. That is a 23% increase in a single semester, just from implementing AI and catering to the student body's needs more effectively. This is also helpful for accessibility, as students are able to find their, or students were using their counselors, study buddy groups, and professors' office hours to solve their problems, which required scheduling and contacting through emails or text messages that take hours or even days to complete. However, through the use of the GSU chatbot Counts, many questions that students have that were going to be sent to counselors, study buddy groups, or the professors were able to be resolved in under 10 minutes. This is also helpful for the students who want to comprehend their material, as those who were shown to use AI often used it to dissolve or break down information in ways that they could digest easier than otherwise. So in order to do this, we need some recommendations from state, from institutions, and from industry. Some state recommendations that I have in mind are to fund pilot programs in a phased approach. This is to accrue evidence and to supply necessary reports of retention, engagement, accessibility, and equity to show that these institutions were actually able to achieve success with AI integration. Institutions will take the main bulk of this, as they need to redesign their curriculum around feedback loops, and they need to make sure that they are open to change, which many universities currently are not. They also need to train faculty, as many faculty right now do not know the capabilities of AI or ways that, to implement it effectively. And of course, they need to manage the pilot programs as well that the state funds. Industry will also take a key role in developing field-specific AI, as right now, many students who are using it aren't able to apply it effectively when they're in certain classes, say computer science, English and writing, or art classes. Although, say, ChatGPT is okay at all of these things, it is not effective enough to help people in higher courses. Industry will also need to effectively ensure feedback is always explainable and sourceable, as the feedback is how I showed the graph earlier is very effective and needed in our current education system. They also need to make sure that no black box or cookie cutter answers are available for the students, so they can just skip out on their classes. In conclusion, I want to leave you with an open-ended question, which is, how should higher education respond to the growth of AI? Now, my opinion on this would be to promote or integrate it more effectively, because right now, that AI is not going anywhere and will not be going anywhere in the future. As it becomes more intertwined with many businesses, government, and society in general, it only becomes more apparent that higher education needs to change as well. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So before we put Oliver in the hot seat, I'd like to thank Sarah for all of us here to kind of bring up some of the opportunities that we had. So our very first event, literally on day one or day two, is that we got to go see the state of the science. And for all of those who remember, we got to attend and hear the state of the science. And there was a speaker that I think contributed significantly to some of Oliver's work. And, you know, I'm 57, 58 years old. My days of being rocked to the core, I've always thought were over, but they were not. And that gentleman introduced, you know, up to now I've been part of the weed out culture, and he turned it on a dime and said it is time for us to say to weed out the weed out culture. And that through leveraging artificial intelligence in our academic institutions, we have very real potential of achieving some of the statistical rates that we saw up there if we do it responsibly and successfully. And I will take that thought in that particular moment to my deathbed when I'm drinking my last bourbon and I'm on my last hour. That will pass by my mind as something that rocked me to my core and spoke to my last year. There we go. All right. But thank you, Sarah, for getting us and connecting us with that particular thing. So with that, I defended and deflected any potential questions as long as I could, Oliver. But you can see the audience is not waiting. So here we go.
As a professor, anything to get me out of grading would be very helpful. But actually, just a comment about that. Since I teach advanced courses, grading actually gives me feedback and gives me an opportunity to give detailed feedback to students, which I don't think AI would give me that feedback. But so my question for you is, how much of your presentation was done through AI, and what did you learn from it?
So, how I use AI currently, I use it to create bones. So the majority of my structure is made through AI, and I like to fill out the fluff by myself through works and finding my sources, as you should. However, right now, I think it is currently more effective to use AI to expedite the learning process and use it in tandem with your work and efforts to better get stuff done.
Okay, so now as the man grading your paper, did you use AI for your presentation? No, I'm kidding. Any other questions? I'll let another professor get up and give some thoughts here.
So I'm just curious because I'm not at an institution that has necessarily banned AI, but I do think there's a lot of question about its use when it comes to creating content, right? So a lot of times when you're learning your voice. And so how do you see AI assisting a person to learn their voice, how they express themselves in words and images and all of that?
So I feel like AI is very dependent upon what you give it and how you prompt it. So AI, at times it feels like you have a tutor that is very individualized for you and for your specific needs. And although that your thoughts, your original thoughts are very important and significant, right now, I feel like the support or significance of AI is too important to just ignore. As it gets bigger and bigger in society, the effort needed for AI support and the people who are just submitting original work is changing. People who are, so right now you said that your institution that you went to is not currently banning AI. Although that it is like that in many institutions, it is looked down upon. So many students would rather use AI or do it quietly in ways that they aren't like suspected. But right now, what we need is a way to integrate that into the institution to show that students are actually able to work in tandem with it rather than just on their own. And right now, that's quite significant in and of itself, and it really defines what is original work.
Okay, we got time for one more question.
Are there specific criteria that a university should be following to ensure that an AI model that their students are using is trustworthy and reliable, that what is actually getting out of that model is trustworthy?
I don't believe that there is a current standard to support that. I have not done the research to find that specifically, as I more focused on the institutional side of just adopting the technology in general.
Currently, it's very capable and it's very supportive, but the trustworthiness does come from the student side as well, from needing to find out where their sources are and find out how they can actually implement them in ways that are reputable. So I would say right now that it is imperative for students to actually learn how to prompt it well and find out where their sources are actually found at.
Okay, you know, I've been wanting to say this, Ethan, forever, since we're in the halls of Congress. Submit your question to the record, if you can, okay? Just so we can keep things kind of moving. So excellent job. Thank you very much, Olyver. Appreciate it. Who's next in the, all right, fantastic. So, you know,
AV, or autonomous vehicle efficiency. For my first point, I'd like to say autonomous vehicles, they are coming. Investments into companies like Waymo and autonomous vehicle programs for car companies like Tesla number in the billions. Waymo specifically had $45 billion in cumulative investments over its 10-year life cycle. Tesla's poured over $10 billion into their program. And the federal government has signaled its support for the initiative with incredibly recent legislation like the America Drives Act, which promises to smooth over some federal laws that might otherwise preempt state laws concerning driverless vehicles. We can see that there is a lot of support for these vehicles coming in. There are, however, some problems that are unique to this technology. Specifically, there is varying levels of difficulty when deploying AVs, depending on what region or what group is trying to deploy them. Specifically, in states like Arizona, it's incredibly easy to deploy AVs, as their governor signed an executive order about a decade ago saying, please come test your AVs here effectively. Whereas with other regions, there really isn't much AV policy, and otherwise there's maybe some skepticism which would hinder deployment. Additionally, some companies like Waymo have already been operating in certain areas, such as California, for years, whereas companies like Tesla are struggling with permitting. So there's a lot of variations, a lot of uncertainties in trying to get these vehicles out and tested so that we can begin moving forward with this technology. The second problem unique to AVs is there is a risk that these vehicles might steal roads or make them unusable for other users. And that's something I want to substantiate in a minute. The third problem unique to AVs is that their real-world performance is riddled with problems. One of the most infamous is that they tend to stall out and just halt on the roadways in a lot of areas. And that's due to their sensitivity. When people developing AVs, companies want to make sure these vehicles are safe, and so oftentimes they will be designed to kind of pause and not proceed if they aren't sure, the vehicle brain isn't sure what's going on, signaling to a remote driver for help. But oftentimes that can result in blocked off traffic lanes, and this has even led to emergency vehicles getting stopped in certain instances, so that has definitely been a particular issue. But to substantiate the risk that vehicles might actually consume the roads, take it away from other users, I'd like to point out a few facts. First, Some firms have already ventured to propose AV-only roads. The most notable one that I encountered was Loop NYC, a project for New York City that was proposed by an engineering firm in 2019. The proposal would basically take certain New York City streets and repurpose them into AV-only micro expressways, as the project description stated. So we already see that there is some precedent, some activity there that suggests that AVs might take certain parts of our streets in the name of efficiency. But there are some more problems than just that. Autonomous vehicles are known to be a bit too cautious at times. As I already mentioned, they can stall out, but they are also very sensitive to pedestrian motion. This is something we would hope for, right? We would like the AV to stop if someone's going to get in its way, but that's the thing, it will stop if someone gets in its way. This means that pedestrians who know this might start walking in front of these cars. One best-selling author actually tested that out and found that he could stop an AV entirely just by dancing around it a little bit. So, as we can see, these things are very sensitive. This could lead some municipalities to, in the name of keeping traffic flow moving, they might install fences and block off pedestrians from certain areas of the streets. Modern cities are already willing to do this for regular car traffic. I found in my research the city of Bamberg was willing to turn their city main street, expand it into more of a advanced high-speed thoroughfare and install pedestrian fences in the name of revitalizing their downtown. But what that really ended up doing was it wound up creating a place that was really inhospitable to other uses beyond car traffic, and it resulted in many of their businesses shuttering their doors because they couldn't really get enough business. And that can be explained by the adage I've come across that cars don't buy things, people do. So we have this concern here that these vehicles will in fact render non-car traffic impossible, or at least unpleasant. To really sell the idea, I've come across this image, which is actually a video from the University of Texas in Austin. Every one of those dots is an autonomous vehicle. The protocol that they've developed would allow these vehicles to communicate with the intersection itself, so that they no longer use traffic signaling, but rather instead they use computer software to decide if it's clear and safe to go. Obviously, the car's idea of safe is not our idea of safe. However, it is very efficient, very much something that will maximize the use of the intersection. The only question I have for you all, this is more of a rhetorical one, how is a pedestrian supposed to cross that? So we see there are probably some concerns there that our drive for efficiency might limit other uses of our streets. But we don't want to just focus it on, cars bad. There is, in fact, multiple stakeholder interests we want to balance. We do think AVs are a good technology. At the end of the day, the ability to go places without having to focus on driving frees up a lot of human time and really does give us a quality of life we otherwise wouldn't get. We should make sure that we're responsible with it. To that end, we have a few stakeholders to balance, right? AV companies do desire the efficient adoption of their goods and expansion of their services. This is understandable. This is what a company is supposed to do, and this is definitely, I think, a good thing. Pedestrians, they desire a safe travel and access to the street. I believe this is perfectly understandable. And small businesses want to attract customers and make sales. None of these are lofty desires or anything we would not expect from these groups, right? It's all quite simple. But how do we balance these different interest groups in a way that everybody can get what they need out of our streets? For that, I'd like to propose an idea that's not actually all that new, one that has already been adopted in several parts of our country. The notion is complete streets. The idea behind this idea is that you design a street, and when you're designing it, you take into consideration all possible uses that are in your locality. So, For this particular example, this is a street in Brooklyn, New York City, Vanderbilt Avenue, and this street was revitalized with Complete Streets principles. They noticed that there was bike traffic along the street and that there was pedestrian storefronts that people wanted to use. And so when they took the street and rebuilt it with Complete Streets principles, they installed bike lanes and put in that concrete median there and pedestrian islands so that the place would have enhanced traffic calming, provide better bicycle support for the bikers that are already there. And the results were a revitalized storefront and a 102% increase in local sales. This heavily outperforms the borough and several other nearby comparison streets. So we can see that we took into consideration all of the street users that were trying to use that street and designed it to support them. We wound up with everybody winning. This project did not impede local traffic. So, we have a method. How do we adopt it? For that, I have some recommendations. For state and federal governments, I would suggest the creation of a model AV policy. This is more to support the AV's rollout. This is for the companies themselves, the AV companies. It would be a voluntary adoption, but it'd be something that could be used to plug a lot of holes in legislation and regulation that currently exists, as many states have no AV policy to speak of. So that would definitely help with consistency and ensuring there is a safe standard that the public can rely on. Second recommendation for that level of government is funding by reworking existing grants to provide for Complete Streets principles, provide funding for that beyond just car traffic uses. The federal government has plenty of amazing capital investment programs that are already in existence. If we make small tweaks to make sure there's no red tape there, it would definitely allow for a lot of communities to really just bloom under that level of funding. For local municipalities, I recommend that they explore the feasibility of Complete Streets, figure out what unique uses their streets have and see how they can integrate this philosophy on their unique environment. And I also have sort of a not revolutionary, but not commonly thought of suggestion, and that is to consider the implementation of a congestion-sensitive tax on driving. The reason I suggest this is because autonomous vehicles run a risk of creating a lot of congestion. That is because when driving doesn't cost anything, there's no reason to park. When your vehicle can circle around the block, that can create a lot of unmanned driving hours that our streets cannot really support. Beyond that, this is actually backed by studies. The University of Technology in Vienna actually did a study through a simulation on their city of Vienna, Austria, and found that when vehicles were turned into AVs, autonomous vehicles, congestion actually increased, especially in the lower level street networks, where you have the tighter, smaller streets. And through their simulation was designed to see how that would affect compatibility, and they found, yes, this made this far less compatible for uses other than driving. So a congestion-sensitive tax, one that specifically makes sure that you're not overflowing the streets with unnecessary traffic, I think would help combat this issue. It's also worth noting that driving is actually a heavily subsidized form of transit. The driver does not pay the road fees, the maintenance fees, that it truly costs our local governments to maintain our roads. So that's the justification for that. For urban planners, I would recommend simply that they would encourage, from their position of authority, from their position of experience, the logical application of Complete Streets principles in their municipalities. And for the AV industry, I would recommend they just welcome in Complete Streets principles. The idea of Complete Streets is not to eliminate car traffic, but to make sure car traffic is moving smoothly in a way that also thinks of the other different modes of transportation. And when our infrastructure is designed to be safe, when it's designed to be beneficial to a community, that reduces the overall risk and apprehensions that these vehicles could cause problems. So I believe that would help smooth over and increase community acceptance of autonomous vehicles, where there otherwise would be more of a stiff battle to get them involved. That concludes my recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, that was fantastic. And before we turn it over, I think that we need to give a shout out to, you know, one of the beauty of the makeup of this particular effort is you always think that you don't just learn from the professor or from the other folks, but you learn from each other, right? And you get the good dialogue. And in this case, we're kind of at this obstacle, I think, until literally a week ago, and Ethan Andrews said, hey, sounds like complete streets. You could throw that out there as a potential solution or something to look. And it broke the case wide open, right? So I think in your acknowledgments, you need to make sure you include Ethan in them. And it got us all thinking an excellent job. So I'll open the floor up to questions.
The notion of complete streets goes way beyond just AVs. You know, today, about 1 in 5 motor vehicle fatalities are individuals who are vulnerable road users, pedestrians, pedal cyclists, and people like that. So your complete streets idea is safety in general, not just an AV enabler, correct?
Absolutely. That's the beauty of complete streets, is that even if AVs never become a thing, we'll still be left with far better environments if we adopt it.
Excellent job. Is this focused primarily on rideshare AVs, or would also encompass privately owned individual?
This, I think, is applicable to both. Both have the risk of increasing congestion and some of the problems that are listed. Both can be helped by the same principles.
So one of your recommendations was for federal and state adoption. So what did you find was the political appetite for some of that right now?
I think right now, actually, the federal government, really within the last week, I think after the current parties have gotten past the One Big Beautiful Bill rally there and all of the work, they have shifted their attention, and now there is a lot more interest in America becoming an AV leader. To this point, like until recently, there's been an absolute void of AV policy. But just last week, they introduced the America Drives bill and have been signaling that they want to become a leader as a federal government on this topic. So there's a huge appetite for looking at AVs from a policy perspective.
Greenwood Alexander. So I'm a big friend of trains, and when you start talking about purpose-built roads for AVs and the complete streets, making like, you know, maybe a lake or something, or taking them into consideration, like why don't you use a tram? So I guess what's the motivation of investing in AV infrastructure as opposed to rail?
Right, and that's the beauty of complete streets, is they're tailored to the needs of the community. If the community decides that, hey, let's go for tram lines, let's put in better public transit, complete streets can say, okay, we have this want for public transportation, let's throw that in instead of, say, maybe our community doesn't bike at all. Let's forget the bike lane, let's throw in a public transit lane. Beauty of complete streets is it's not really AV infrastructure, it's just human infrastructure for humans to get around to whatever mode the community sees as most needful. So it's highly compatible.
Okay, excellent answer. So the one people I won't have submit the question to the record would be the family members. So I'm going to give you your chance to throw a question his way if you want to. Okay, hold on. That's what I want. It's the most important question of all.
Well, mostly my question would be for the room. So how many people here would actually like to have an accelerated car that drives places? I think that takes the fun of driving. If I'm in the car, I like to drive it. Otherwise, I get car sick. So, like, how soon is this coming and how quickly are people going to adopt it? I don't think you can answer that, but I'm just curious.
Well, I'll say this, the the official projections are always overly optimistic.
So before we coordinated, she was going to say, what time is lunch, was what she was supposed to say, but she had an actual legitimate question, so I love that, fantastic. Okay, I think that's it. If you do have any more questions, please, as we do have lunch or other activities, go ahead and engage all of our speakers. Do we have one more?
One more.
Okay, good. Is it Josh? Oh, I'm going to love this one. All right, come on up, Josh.
I was nervous at first. Now my favorite professor is here, my mother is here. Hopefully I'll give a good show for everyone. Hi, I'm Josh. I'm an electrical engineering junior at the George Washington University, and I will be presenting to you today my policy recommendations and findings regarding integrating autonomy into the 21st century and aviation. So we are at an inflection point regarding aviation. There's new developments of uncrewed aircraft systems, which are both the drones and their autonomous accompanying services. So currently we see these deployed in limited, short-range food and parcel delivery, and additionally we also see agricultural and chemical dispensing, like pesticides and crop feed. Now, in the works are things of much higher industrial significance and public service significance, such as high-frequency, large volume cargo logistics, and rapid emergency response vehicles. Now you might have noticed that I put urban air taxis as a current capability, but I didn't say that we're seeing those operations yet. The reason being is, like urban air taxis and the future of high-frequency cargo logistics and rapid emergency response, our airspace is not regulatorily equipped to handle these degrees of autonomy. Slide. So currently, the FAA has two standard sets of flight rules that were developed in the early 20th century to govern the accountability structures and the operational requirements of human-piloted aircraft. They standardized aviation, which enabled routine operations in national airspace. But like I said, they're 100 years old, and they've seen no meaningful groundwork changes to adapt to modern autonomous aviation technologies. In fact, there is no set of flight rules that enables both routine and autonomous UAS operations in the national airspace system. Currently, they operate through either manual piloting in integrated commercial airspace, or they're required to operate autonomously in segregated non-commercial airspace where they don't interface with air traffic control and they don't interface with any other commercial operations. They're treated as exceptions to the rule rather than the standard. Now, this is no way to treat the future of aviation. It is estimated that every year the integration of UAS is delayed. The US economy is losing $10 billion in potential gains, and we're losing thousands of manufacturing jobs which are being exported to countries that have more competitive autonomous aviation enterprises. Slide. So my solution, as I propose that to ensure that the airspace is ready for when autonomous aircraft are, the FAA needs to establish a new complementary set of digital flight rules to accompany visual and instrument flight that is more appropriate for aircraft of developing autonomous capabilities. Now, this will enable the routine and autonomous operations that we're looking for. Now, the benefits, there are many benefits. The first one I'd like to talk about is scalability. Right now, the standards that you have one pilot for one aircraft. You have 1-to-1 ratio of controller to control. Now, soon, it's predicted that you're going to have a small crew of operators overseeing a huge fleet of, it's predicted to be hundreds or even thousands of aircraft in a region of airspace. Additionally, regional growth. Digital flight will enable access in rural and suburban communities that don't necessarily have local airports with manned air traffic control towers or runways. We can have autonomous services that don't need such manpower to expand growth and introduce commercial operations to not only businesses but also consumers in suburban and rural America. It'll make it a much more equitable airspace. And then additionally, procedural compatibility. Remember how I said that current UAS operations occur under a patchwork of regulations and it's only for one specific model of one specific class of UAS? Procedural compatibility means for every single new class and new model of UAS that comes out, we don't need to make a new patchwork of exemptions. We'll have one rule set that is malleable enough to be applied to a diverse set of classes of aircraft. Additionally, because of the highly calculated autonomous systems, these are going to be highly predictable and highly flexible operations. Slide. But now, while that sounds amazing, there's one major issue, which is we currently don't have the trust in the system to transfer the positive control from human-controlled air traffic control systems to autonomous services. Now, to solve that problem, or to get a step towards solving that problem, is that the FAA established the 2-year-long UAS traffic management pilot program, in which UAS, the drones, and their accompanying systems were rigorously tested through countless simulations and live demos in which there were across 5 different research centers, where there were 0 reported safety lapses or collisions. Now, while that is a great start in the right direction towards trusting these autonomous systems, it's not quite enough. The UTM pilot program occurred in segregated, isolated airspace, again, that wasn't interfacing with air traffic control and didn't have to integrate with standard commercial human-piloted aviation. And that brings me to my first recommendation slide. The FAA should adopt a phased implementation of digital flight services to build a system of trust while incrementally improving autonomous capabilities. So we started in the least risk airspace. We started where there was no other commercial aviation. And we proved that the abilities are trustworthy in those environments. So now, what's the next natural step? You go to the least risk controlled integrated airspace environment. So I'm proposing an upper class E UAS traffic management program. Upper class E airspace is well above all commercial aviation. It mostly hosts military aircraft being tested and weather aircraft. So, in the event of a safety lapse, it will result in a popped weather balloon as opposed to a down airliner. Then, once we've established and developed, gathered the data, and we're able to improve our autonomous systems, we can shift into the next lowest risk airspace, and then the next, until we've had until we've conquered all classes in all regions of airspace in the national airspace system. A phased approach is the most trusted way of doing this. Next, additionally, the FAA needs to develop quantifiable performance requirements and standards associated with digital flight. Currently, there is not a whole lot of motion for these to be developed within the FAA. For example, there is no standard for separation minima, the distance that aircraft have to maintain between each other during flight. But many research agencies and organizations have looked into possible solutions for these issues. For example, the NASA Required Conflict Management Performance concept is a concept where the aircraft separation minima is tailored to the aircraft's ability rather than there being this one universal set where you have to stay X number of nautical miles away. That way, you can increase operational efficiency by having the more capable aircraft have smaller separation minima. And additionally, we can continue the theme of phased reduction, or phased implementation, where we can make those requirements and standards that you can have the nautical mile distance are very large, then you can reduce it as we improve system capabilities. So separation minima and plenty of other standards need to be well established so they can be enforced by the FAA and maintain safety. Additionally, we need accountability structures. Visual and instrument flight have well-defined accountability structures, and digital flight should be no different. Again, research agencies such as NASA and the Department of Transportation have looked into how we can establish accountability frameworks to integrate examples such as the third-party traffic management services. We don't currently have a protocol for that. If we want to integrate these things into an ecosystem of digital flight, these things must be established. So I recommend that the FAA looks through the research that is publicly available and picks the best practices from the different research agencies and develops their own to create what is necessary in the digital flight ecosystem. We have to define who is accountable to whom for what in these operations. Next slide. And last but certainly not least, I recommend the passing of the Rotor Act and the Pilot and Aircraft Privacy Act as the first steps towards mandating universal electronic conspicuity in controlled airspace. The Rotor Act would mandate electronic conspicuity, which means that all aircraft will have to be transmitting their locations and be publicly declared at all times in regions of congested airspace. So it's a mandate for transponding your data and your location in congested airspace. The reason being is the fatal 2025 local, actually very close to here, Reagan Airport collision, where a Black Hawk Army helicopter was flying a test operation, and they didn't have their transponder enabled, so the traffic management services could not provide safe conflict management for an American Airlines airliner, and there was a collision, and all 67 people between both aircraft unfortunately passed away. And a major contributor for this incident was the fact that the Black Hawk was flying electronically conspicuous. So while the Rotor Act mandates electronic conspicuity in regions of congested airspace, and that is a great start, and I recommend it is passed. It is not quite enough for the digital flight system. Digital flight requires that all aircraft, civilian and military, are electronically conspicuous in all regions of airspace where there is assumed control of either human air traffic control or an autonomous traffic management system. They need to have a clear picture of the airspace before they can give an aircraft a flight trajectory or an altitude. So that is the end goal. But there's one, sorry. But before all that can be implemented, I'd like to address that the general aviation community has raised some concerns about having all that public location data being used. It's in the public domain. They raise privacy concerns because recently, as more general aviators have been adopting electronic conspicuity, there have been more and more frivolous lawsuits. Again, people will pull their data from the web, see if they were for a very brief time flying in a illegal section of airspace, and then file a lawsuit against them. And it's frivolous. So the Pilot and Aircraft Privacy Act addresses these concerns by barring conspicuity data from being used as the primary evidence for a lawsuit. So hopefully that will ease some of those concerns. So I recommend the passing of both of these acts, and additionally that these are the first steps in a larger goal of universal electronic conspicuity in all controlled airspace, whether it's air traffic, human control, or an autonomous service. Thank you.
Whoa.
Okay, fantastic. So Josh in free form apparently brings his own groupies here and his own fan club, which is fantastic. I'll tell a few stories about Josh real quick before he takes some questions. Oh yeah, and especially now since your mom is here and your fan club is here. As you can see, this young man is pretty passionate about his topic. He's leaping out. I'm sure his professors, etc. You got to glue him down in his seat, right? But lo and behold, what Josh didn't know is that his FMR was a tactical combat air traffic controller.
He was great
in the United States Marine Corps as my very first job before transitioning to Intel. So we had a very unique kind of development here over the course of the last 8 weeks. And ma'am, I don't want to put you on the spot because we're on TV and everything, but his brother from another mother, Aiden, informed us that you serve the best chicken soup in town. So lunch today is at Josh's mom's house for some chicken soup.
You're all invited.
Good. So with that levity, do we have any questions?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Even if your recommendations were pass and follow it, is the technology advanced enough to ensure there's the correct interoperability between the new aviation and drones and legacy aircraft to ensure that we can detect and avoid crashes in the airspace between uncrewed vehicles and the legacy aircraft that are already in the national airspace?
So theoretically, yes. Hasn't been put into implementation, not quite yet, and that's the purpose of the phased approach and getting integrating UAS abilities into the lowest density and then moving to the next, because we do not have systems yet that are foolproof in interfacing with manned legacy operations. However, theoretically, there are it's called essential services and principal capabilities of digital flight. The essential services are what is needed from the system to operate safely, and the principal capabilities are what are needed of the aircraft to operate safely. One of the essential services is a shared traffic management picture, where there has to be shared information that is universally accessible to all aircraft within airspace. So if legacy operations, as of right now, they're not all required to be electronically conspicuous. In the event that that becomes a mandate, now autonomous systems can see their trajectories and their locations, and they will work side by side, not instead, but side by side with these manned operations to plan plan autonomous flight trajectories around what the legacy operations are doing. Because a visual flight rules flyer, someone who's just in a recreational aircraft, is not going to be able to see every drone that is in his vicinity. They're very small. So it is the responsibility of the system to know the location of aircraft and to plan trajectories around it. Theoretically, that is possible. I don't believe we have the system for that yet, but it's certainly in development.
Josh, great work. I like your presentation and the content as well as your recommendation. Regarding the digital flight, as opposed to piloted flight, I think cybersecurity is very important because the hostile people may take over the control of it, and that's extra feature that the piloted would not be worried about aircraft. So did you look into that area? How can it be more secure against digital overtaking of the flight?
Right. Like any public service that is connected to the internet and like digitally connected, there are of course privacy concerns. Cybersecurity is a space that is very quickly improving. I did not personally look into the specific cybersecurity concerns regarding digital flight. I was more presenting the framework rather than the implementation. Obviously, I agree with you. To establish safe digital flight systems, not only do we have to avoid collisions, but we do have to avoid bad actors. So as far as the theory goes, as far as implementation goes, yes, it needs to be implemented in a way that is cyber safe. I'm not quite sure about how, like the kinks of that, but.
Thank you so much.
Hey Josh, great stuff, man. I just had a quick question about if you had considered maybe the scope of noise pollution, as in, since it will be more congested airspace, you know, there might be an increased likelihood in a lot more noise pollution for like the local areas.
So, noise pollution, yeah. So the UAS aircraft are pretty quiet in general, especially the smaller ones. As far as, you know, the much larger aircraft, it's legal to have your super loud car and drive down the suburban street at 4 in the morning. So it's like, as far as legality goes, it's legal to have a louder aircraft as long as it's not completely disturbing the peace. As far as like exact noise levels, I have not looked into that so much. Given noise, there is also concern for if you mandate that all these tiny UAS have a transponder, then it's going to totally like saturate the ADS, the transponder frequencies. So then that it'll make it much more difficult to use because there's so much more noise in that way. One response to that was to have it so that the UAS, the smaller ones, have lower power transponders, because you know if you're this tiny aircraft, you don't need to be visible 200 miles away. You need to be visible when you're in the vicinity. So then you can maneuver around a legacy flight. So as far as like frequency spectrum noise, there have been research and proposals for that. As far as like audible noise, like that bothers people, I have not looked so much into that. But.
Okay, any other questions?
So first of all, wow, great job, Josh. Such an impressive presentation. And then my question is about your recommendation on like the conspicuity.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that applies to like military applications like the craft you saw, but what considerations have you made about like national security risk with military vehicles having to?
Good question. Two things. First of all, you're right on the money. The Rotor Act, the whole point of it is that the Black Hawk that was flying by Reagan they had some clearance to not fly with its transponder on, and that caused the collision. So as a result, the Rotor Act explicitly says in explicit text, all civilian and military must abide. And that in particular is for congested airspace around airports. If we're ever flying F-35s around airports frequently, we have bigger concerns than digital flight rules. It means there's something else going on. And as far as like in other airspace, like if there's ever testing in commercial airspace, if it's testing, you can make some rules. If it's testing, you can make some rules that is compatible with the digital flight system. But again, it's like if there's ever a reason why F-35s need to be flying around the airspace inconspicuously, I just think there's something greater going on. There's bigger issues than making sure that digital flight is okay. I'm sure if that were happening, all non-military flights would be grounded anyway in that scenario. So yeah.
So there could be some sort of like emergency clause for these sort of things?
Yeah, I'm sure that there can. What I presented today was the theoretical framework of what is necessary for digital flight, the implementation, like the specific technicalities or something that the FAA will figure out as they research digital flight.
Yeah, I'll just say, obviously, as a former ATC and military guy, I mean, obviously, in real-world operations, we're not walking around squawking stuff, but then we're not doing those real-world operations in the U.S. So there are certain constraints that you do in a training environment. This could be something that you would implement, surely, for safety purposes, that you not necessarily would implement, obviously, in real-world operations, okay? So, the only thing holding up lunch, I guess, is me, but I'm going to leave one last potential question, pay the courtesy. Mom, any questions for your son? Any embarrassing stories you want to tell? We're on the air. It's your chance.
I was wondering where the U.S. is with autonomous aviation versus other areas of the world, if there might be some framework that other places are starting to put in place that perhaps could be an area of future study and helping to develop the framework here.
So generally, so far, it seems the United States has lagged behind other countries when it comes to getting airspace regulations ready for autonomous aviation. For example, the food delivery operations I was talking about, that happens through a waiver. It's called the Part 107 waiver, and it requires that that aircraft need to be, if you're going to do a delivery with an aircraft, you have to literally be able to see it as it's flying. So it's very limited to short range, unless you get additional waivers and exemptions. Canada waived that rule. They allowed for beyond visual line of sight rules. It was a few months ago they passed that. So we're going to be able to study how Canada is handling these things. Additionally, there is an international organization called ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, I believe, and they do extensive research into how we can make a globally interconnected autonomous aviation system. So the research and the thinking that they do is very applicable to the United States because we have a pretty competitive airspace ecosystem. And additionally, we can watch other countries that are a bit further developed, like Canada, when it comes to beyond visual line of sight. And we can research, see what works, see what doesn't, and then implement that into our national airspace.
Satisfied, Mom? Oh, okay, good. So you get some food tonight. All right, so fantastic. The morning is over. The morning. We're right on time. You actually got 9 extra minutes, so you can pay the MC later for that fine movement and person going through the thing. I guess we are re-adjourning at 1:30 sharp. So at 1:30 sharp, we're going to come back. Josh's twin, brother from a I guess I should ask the sound guy who controls all life within the committee room here if we're ready. It's like SpaceX. Isn't SpaceX launching the people into space today? Can you give me a countdown? Yeah. All right, good. So welcome back. It looks like we actually gained a few people, so that's good to see. We got some family members and girlfriends and stuff who have showed up, so that's fantastic in the front row. We should really have you back there sitting where the congressmen sit, so you can feel a certain level of authority, power, etc. Right? And then we have a pro staffer here from the SST committee, so he owns the spaces, so as we come out, make sure you say thank you to him for setting us up and being so cordial and hospitable to us as we go here. All right, so we're on the next phase. We're getting close to the finish line. We got just a few more hours to go. We're starting off, we figured we'd go big or go home first, right? It's after lunch, your stomachs are full, you're feeling tired, but we got a man who can possibly keep you awake here with Aiden, right? So with no further ado, he's got a super exciting topic to kind of go through and discuss. I think we're ready for online as well. So Aiden, knock our shots off.
Thank you very much, Joe. So, for those who don't know, my name is Aiden Shore. I'm a rising junior at the George Washington University right here in DC. But before I'd like to begin, I'd like to give a thanks to a lot of people who helped me along the way. My mentor, Natasha Lewinsky, is here from VCU, and Joe, of course, and all the staff from IEEE-USA. And a special thanks to Dr. Dahanian, Dr. Park, and Dr. Locke from GW University for supporting me over the last 2 years. So today, I will be presenting my summer research project on biotechnology, national competitiveness, and the changing role of academia in the United States. Biotechnology is at a critical juncture today. Emerging technologies such as gene editing, AI-driven bioengineering, and reprogrammable cells are changing the face of almost every industry. Think of health, agriculture, defense, and manufacturing. All of these are seeing rapid changes. And although many see these technologies as opportunities, there are also risks involved. These dual-use technologies offer, on one hand, life-saving therapeutics, and on the other, biowarfare capabilities in the wrong hands. To chart the future, the United States needs to act. Nobody is better positioned to lead the biorevolution than the United States. In short, the US must seize this moment and lead. If not, somebody else will. The race for biotech is heating up. Intensifying global competition is occurring across the world, most directly with our main competitors, China. China's R&D ecosystem has skyrocketed in the last 25 years. National policy from their government is leading the way. As you can see on the board, it's neck and neck. If you're looking at clinical trials, lab space, or even investment, the United States and China are battling for first and second. If these current trends continue, China is set to overtake the United States. However, the nation is waking up. There have been responses we have seen at both the federal, state, and local levels. National security issues such as economic leadership, health security, and supply chain vulnerabilities have been identified as key areas that we need to invest in. Biotechnology is viewed as an imperative for national security, economic power, and global influence across the board. Let's take economic leadership, for example. There are predicted to be at least 100,000 unfulfilled future biotechnology jobs on the market today. If these jobs are not fulfilled by an innovative ecosystem in the United States, they will go someplace else. And this is not just about industry. This is about health security and public well-being as well. Think back to the COVID-19 pandemic. We were lucky that the United States was the first to develop the mRNA vaccine. Imagine if it was developed in an adversarial nation that tried to leverage this for geopolitical means. This would be a consequential act of geopolitical violence. And if United States leadership falters, we will lose out on crucial supply chain vulnerabilities. For example, 79% of US biopharma companies rely on Chinese-based firms for manufacturing of their key biological components. If, for example, a new cancer discovery or cancer drug was developed and we did not have access to this technology, we would be losing out big time. But we are responding. Key legislation has been passed over the last 3 years to advance our biotechnology ecosystem. In fact, under the Biden administration, we were able to pass key executive orders and work with the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy to launch some very important initiatives. This has culminated with the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology that published their 195-page report this July. And in this report, they outlined 49 recommendations to key stakeholders across the United States on how to respond to these changes. From this report, we were able to identify key drivers for US biotech leadership, namely accelerating biotech translation and early adoption. CRISPR gene editing technology was developed in 2012 from the research ecosystem at University of Berkeley. But the technology has only now, in 2023, just been FDA approved. We need to decrease the time it takes for this technology to be adopted into the market. We also need to harness the power of AI. We've already seen our ChatGPT moment for artificial intelligence, and it has skyrocketed. Now we can use this to accelerate drug discovery as well. In fact, since 2001, the cost to sequence the entire human genome has been lowered from $100 million to $100. And finally, top talent is necessary to utilize this technology and accelerate these translations. The United States has had the most impactful innovative culture in the last 75 years. And above all, as you can see, academia is key to all of these areas. But there are key challenges that academia faces if we are going to continue. As I mentioned before, our ecosystem is currently being eroded. There are many, many obstacles that are currently inhibiting our ability to translate biotechnology, but namely, the one that I'll be focusing on is the relationship between the academia, industry, and government. This synergy, which was outlined by Vannevar Bush in the Endless Frontier report in 1945, has fueled the most impactful economy the world has ever seen. But it has slowly shrunk. And today, we need to reevaluate what academia can do and how we can do science. So this brings me to my proposal. I propose that through key administrative and structural changes, that George Washington University, located right here in DC, can take immense advantage of this biotech moment. Academia must evolve, and GW can lead the way. We have seen rates of NIH and NSF grants drop drastically. In fact, since 2003, according to both inflation and GDP statistics, we've actually seen a decrease in the amount the government has actually spent on science before the proposal from Trump. So the question is, how can we emulate successful models that we've seen around the United States, across the entire country, but co-located in the United States Capitol? This will leverage the strengths in foreign policy and from the government that will allow us to make a sustainable biotech institute. And let's take a step back and ask, why GW, besides the fact that I go there? What gives us the right to launch a foundation for a national biotech initiative? First, let's look at our historic strengths. GW is best in class in disciplines that will matter enormously to the biotech culture of the future. We're not just talking about lab bench science. We're talking about public health integration, global competition using international affairs experts, IP law, public policy, and international business. But aside from that, we are also experiencing a rapid growth of our STEM background. We have the highest NSF and NIH funding of any DC school. We also just won a $20 million grant for trustworthy AI in law and society, already demonstrating our capabilities at the interface between AI, biotechnology, and the public good. And on top of that, we just constructed a $500 million new engineering hall that can house all of these great and awesome innovations. And as I mentioned before, we are in a prime location. We are located in the third fastest growing life sciences area in the United States, behind Boston and San Francisco, with big players such as GSK, AstraZeneca, and all of the alphabet soup federal agencies located here. We need to do a better job at leveraging our strengths. And let's not forget that GW is now the largest engineering school in DC in terms of funding and student body. So now I will go into my recommendations. Recommendation 1, we need to create a mechanism for biotech to occur. We need to develop a biotech institute. This new interdisciplinary center will position GW at the forefront of biotech innovation. It will unite our many schools from biology to engineering, from international affairs to public health, and launch competitive seed grants that will leverage our unique disciplines across those schools. On top of that, we will also create grand challenge initiatives that align directly with the proposal set out by the Senate-ordained National Security Commission for Emerging Biotechnology. These grand challenges will leverage and promote risky innovation. That's what helped us win World War II. That's what helped us get past the Soviets in the Cold War. And today we need risky innovation that's publicly funded and involved with universities to create these new innovations. And on top of that, we'd also like to partner with our national labs. We already have very individualized relationships with these labs, but let's imagine core faculty appointments in these locations. Imagine if GW students are going from the Hill one day and being able to go to the DOE the next. Imagine going from Children's National Hospital down to the NIH to do some genomic testing. It would advance the experience of every university student at our school and allow them to gain an even deeper insight into the mechanisms that drive biotech innovation. And we would also help to do something that scientists have not been able to do for a long time: fight for themselves. We will train a new class of scientists with our policy school to actually promote funding for our national labs on a federal level. The reason why science is in such a state as we are right now is because of the lack of communication that we see from the scientists all the way down to the taxpayer. And let's not forget about industry. Enhanced industry collaboration will be our bread and butter. We will host translational acceleration partnerships with local stakeholders, advancing the Fairfax County and Montgomery County biotech startups. We'll also try to align select faculty who have more industry capable skills with near-term commercial pipeline appointments. According to the APLU, we actually are only seeing 3% of co-authorship in biotechnology between industry and academia, which is the lowest of any science-related field and has not grown in the last 25 years. So we're not seeing enough collaboration. And finally, as I mentioned, we will create more innovative science and tech policy fellowships. We would like to expand on interesting and great opportunities, such as this one, with our undergraduate body, as we already have 2 representatives here today. And we would also like to partner with the Special Competitive Studies Project to educate those on AI and biotech national security. Back in June, when they held their AI Plus Expo, it was very difficult to actually get graduate students who are working in these fields to attend. If you noticed, if you attended, that most of the people who were there were actually business people or security people, but actual scientists were few and far between. Now this will lead into my next recommendation, which is to build a DMV consortium. As I mentioned, there are very, very many key players in this area that we can leverage. I just listed a few, and you guys can peruse. But in short, this consortium will allow for cross-faculty appointments across these universities, academic institutions, governments, and industry, and help to bridge these gaps. Another point I'd like to make here is that we've already seen this model successfully applied. In the Research Triangle in North Carolina, the universities Duke, UNC, and NC State actually created a Research Triangle Institute that, if you calculate its awards versus award per funding for NIH grants, it has the highest rate of funding per award. Actually 10 times the amount of Johns Hopkins, which is the #1 most awarded university. So we are trying to do more with less here. Let's combine our strengths. We don't all need to be the best experimental university, but we can be the best at leveraging those strengths. And finally, my last recommendation would be to reevaluate our funding models. GW, like many universities, is going through a lot of budget changes. In fact, in 2024, we outlined a strategic framework, reanalysis, and budget review that will help to set our goals for the next couple of years. Now has never been a better time to reevaluate our position in the biotech market. In fact, our old engineering dean is now the vice provost acting, which means that we have a lot of strengths in the leadership of our university to fight for engineering funding. And we also need to remember that biotech impacts almost every single field. This future that biotech is creating is not just for engineers. It's for policymakers, innovators, and entrepreneurs. I'd like to end here with some key takeaways. The biotech future is being written today, and GWU can help lead this biotech renaissance. But I don't want you guys to only think about GW. I want you to go back to your academic institutions with a renewed sense of purpose. How can your institution reevaluate its state and adapt for the 21st century? And the last thing I'd like to say is that the US can retain its edge, but only if action is taken. We have the resources, the capabilities, and the talent. We just need the initiative. And I want you all to walk away with this with one question. How will you help change the biotech revolution of tomorrow? Next slide. Thank you very much.
Okay, a little bit of passion in that particular presentation is what we're looking for. So, you know, something that I like before we start taking questions, I want to highlight a couple things for Aiden. You know, we talk a lot, we're obviously in here in DC, right? We're in the House, right, with things, and we think, okay, where's the federal part of this, right? But John, or Aiden said, hey, policy happens at all levels. It doesn't just happen. As a matter of fact, if you looked at what happened here, it's better if other people start taking up the banner, right, and occurring. So in this particular case, he presented an option of, I'd like to present a policy recommendation to my school officials. And I thought that was a pretty interesting take, something that was absolutely worthwhile exploring. It reemphasizes this data point that good policy principles are applicable at no matter what level you do them. Here, with Alan and others, or right down at your local school. So my hat's off to you. I'll also say that he made it very personal. For the last 10 or 8 weeks, I've been saying, so how's your GW project coming along? And he'd say, sir, I have to tell you, that's the George Washington University. So he's pretty passionate about his school. But with that, I want you to ask the questions from the perspective that you're on the school board, so to speak, and kind of look at it from that perspective of positioning George W. to be able to be George W. to be able to take advantage of some of these initiatives that are being passed at the big level. Okay? So with that, I'll open the floor. Okay, perfect. Here's our government official, Alan.
Thanks, Hayden. Great presentation. What policy mechanism would you use for these grants? You talked a lot about different agencies, NIH, NIST, NSF. I'll throw out EDA with regional innovation engines as well. But like, what policy mechanism would you use to create the consortium?
I think it would be a mixture. I mean, that's kind of the idea here, right? That we would try to draw on all aspects of funding. I think we've seen that the reliance exclusively on the NSF and NIH has not panned out. Even before Trump slashed the budgets in his last proposal, we actually had seen a decreasing rate in NIH and NSF grant acceptances overall, teetering into the single digits. They also did a study that showed most people who receive funding will get funding again. So it kind of gives the incumbents a much better time and new innovators a lot harder of a time. So I think that we try to leverage, obviously continue utilizing the current federal landscape, but as Joe mentioned at the beginning, we need to reconcile with the fact that based on the changes that we're seeing, it might not look the same as it did in the last 10 years. So we'd like to work with industry partners to create, you know, a kind of funded mechanism there. Some philanthropy was also brought up in the paper. I discuss some funding models, but with those very exact details about funding, I also think it's great to, you know, look to the university and see how they're doing it. Because actually a lot of the time, behind closed doors, from what I was able to gather, they actually do get funding from many varied sources. They just don't apply it or market it in a way that's showcasing, okay, industry is funding this project, or, you know, a nonprofit is funding this. So I think that we try to do a mixture of source funding.
Hi, so I'm from Congressman Foster's office. Also working on science issues here, so I was interested in your pillar related to talent and education. Sort of a two-part question here, but how do you sort of envision this model developing talent in science, or what has come from the report, right? Because I know that I envision industry plays a role here, and that they would hire graduates from GW. And then second part is, what do you think is the role of Congress in this, right? And how can we help achieve what you want to do here?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think I'll tackle that backwards. I think the role of Congress here is actually to enact the reforms that were outlined in the report that was commissioned by the Senate under the Biden administration. In the paper, I go into lengthy detail about the recommendations and how they apply to industry and academia, and how stakeholders in those fields will be able to, enact those reforms. For example, they were proposing to create an AI biodata, ready, NSF-funded, kind of like cloud accessible data platform. So that would be accessible to anybody who wants to take this data and apply it to their industry needs or academia needs. So I think that Congress should go through and enact some of the reports. Actually, in the National Defense Authorization Act that was just approved on the House floor, I think 2 weeks ago, they actually outlined biotechnology as a critical area. And they outlined 3 DoD-related areas that they're going to expand. So we're already seeing legislative momentum get pushed forward. To your point about talent, there is, I think, a 50% recognition that a lot of that has to do with the culture. And I think, based on my experience, the culture that we're cultivating right now may not be the most conducive. We went to go and visit the National Academies of Science, I think, on Wednesday with Sarah, and she was talking about how some people are moving to China, and I said, oh, why shouldn't I? And then she was like telling me about why I should. I was like, wait, you're the National Academies of Science. Why are you telling me that we should leave if I want a career in science? So I think that cultivating talent requires a culture that's set forth by precedent in Congress and through these large institutions. And we need to do a better job at understanding the effect that we have on culture, right? Every university does play a part in the culture. And so does, federal, state, and local politics.
Yeah, exceptional answer. I've got time for one more question. 2, I promise. 2 more.
Thanks for the presentation. In this space, it seems like there's a ton of different research hubs, centers of excellence, of small scale for niche conditions, all the way up to kind of like the larger picture. One of the funding incentives I'm wondering if you considered was, especially to get private sector or industry involved, is IP share. A lot of them do it that way to try to entice them to participate, because with the lack of funding coming from the federal government, have you considered models like that to increase their interest in it at all?
Yeah, I actually think this is a really great point. In the report, I go into some of the regulation issues that we face in biotechnology due to the, there is not enough legislation that is currently enacted to handle the kind of technology that we're seeing come out. So I'll give you an example. They have construction materials now that are developed by growing certain microbes, and their excrement is used. Whose IP is that? Is that the person who developed the bacteria? Is that the person who put it in the ground? Is that the person who is maintaining that? So I think that that's one of the biggest issues that we see. The USDA, EPA, and FDA are all responsible for the regulation of certain biotechnology inventions. So I think that if we were going to talk about IP sharing, we'd first need to tackle who's going to regulate this and who is actually the owner of this technology. Another example is, the Army Research Labs is developing bioluminescent Kevlar vests that you can see in the dark. But the people who grow the bacteria are from a consortium of national labs. And so they're having issues now about saying, well, who's really going to be in ownership of this, and if there's an industry need, which there is, right, private hubs that invest in these kinds of things, who's really going to be the inventor? But I think that's a great point, and something we really looked into was also cost share. So, thank you.
You got one, if it's quick.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask how your recommendations would change based on private versus public institutions, and if it's harder or easier to set up something like this in the public atmosphere.
I think that's a really great point. Looking beyond public versus private, I would say that something that was brought up to me by someone I was able to interview was actually you should look towards public land-grant universities and the AAU. And so these two associations are actually responsible for representing the interests of a majority of the largest universities in the United States. So for those of you who don't know, the AAU is kind of like a consortium of R1 universities, research universities, and the APLU is mostly public universities. And they have differing visions. So I think that those organizations and the way that they set forward will be the best predictor about how public versus private will go down. Right now there's something called the Vision for American Science and Technology that has been signed on by 80 of the top executives at the largest schools in the United States. It includes private and public, but some are arguing that it's kind of missing the mark about their reaction to the current ecosystem is kind of doubling down, which some experts will say, like, maybe we should use this opportunity of tumult in the federal government to reevaluate from the bottom up. Maybe we don't need to, have scientists just be scientists, or maybe we can kind of collaborate across these institutions. So I think that will be the biggest predictor of how private and public universities will change in the next century.
Okay, fantastic. So we have some family members here, and as I've done for the others, I'm going to give you all an opportunity to make the hardest question if you so choose. You're in the field, so to speak, sir, so you want to throw them a softball or a hard ball?
I'll try.
Okay, here we go.
It's always hard with this guy.
First, great presentation, really good. Look, from the questions that were great, and from your presentation, I think what you are proposing here is almost a test bed within the GW and the Washington area, that if it will work, and hopefully you can be part of, if it will work and you'll be part of this, or eventually it will work in the future, this can be an example for other area of other universities. And I think there is, in my understanding from your presentation and the research that you investigated, that these are an element that are happening already and must happen in order to keep U.S. competitiveness, not just with China, against everybody else, and really lead the world. So this is great. My question is, how do you see it really implemented on the small steps, and where it can go further from there?
Great question. Something that I think we often lack is doing competitive analyses to our peers. And what I think the greatest thing about biotechnology proposes is that a lot of the solutions that we've spent hundreds of years trying to accomplish, we can actually do with biological systems. And I think that spirit can also be applied into the systems approach to this answer. What do I mean? We can look to other successful models around the world and see this on smaller scale. We have very high-functioning, high R&D, robust industry countries around the world. Singapore, Israel, Japan, Germany, all of these nations were actually interviewed by the Senate Commission report, and they found great insight into on much smaller scales due to their population differences, and obviously their economies are not as large as the United States, but they've obviously been able to find very exciting details that if we can implement here, we would be able to accelerate this momentum. So in short, I think we should be looking to other nations that didn't have the legacy that we did over the last 75 years and had to be a little bit more creative with their constraints. And now we're seeing that as our system is beginning to wobble, we can look to some of our allies and some of our peers and see really how they're doing it.
Okay, I thought your question was going to be, when the hell are you going to graduate? But maybe not. That would have been a real hard question. But everybody, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Christopher Johnson.
I'm a student at Brigham Young University, Idaho, studying electrical engineering, and I love semiconductors. So I'm here to talk about a technology that I think will greatly mitigate the semiconductor workforce development issue that we have in the United States. So, next slide. So I first want to begin by explaining a little bit of background. So the United States has great responsibility to ensure economic and national security stability in the United States. And government and industry have incentives and agree that maintaining semiconductor leadership in the United States is critical to our modern technological infrastructure. And I want to begin by kind of giving a quick little timeline. So the United States in the 90s dominated the semiconductor industry for decades. But in the 90s, they started offshoring semiconductors to other countries due to labor reasons. It was just cheaper and they had advancements in other countries. And we became so dependent and reliant on these other countries that there began a trade war that Aiden actually, I think, talked about pretty well. I enjoyed that. And we also, there's other, for example, TSMC manufactures 90% of all the most advanced chips in the world, and they, in general, manufacture 60% of the chips in the world in general, not just advanced. 60% of the chips in the world come from Taiwan. That's a lot of chips, and we need those to be able to enable our phones, our cars, like everything we use in our digital society, we need those chips. And when COVID-19 happened, we realized that it was actually a crisis when there was a high demand that we couldn't meet, and we realized that something needed to change. Next slide. And so how did the US respond? Well, the Chips and Science Act was signed in 2022 by President Biden, and what it does is it pushes to reshore domestic manufacturing, provides federal research development, and provides funding for research development on the university level. It enhances scientific research and overall just strengthens our economy so that we are less reliant in manufacturing from other foreign nations. And something else it does is it tries to enforce workforce development, and this is the topic that I surrounded my studies around. So, go back. So we already see some initiatives happening. $280 billion is going to be invested over the next 10 years from the CHIPS Act. We also see over $350 billion invested in actually just the last few months from the major tech companies that we all know, Intel, Micron, Global Foundries. And again, that's just the last few months. Over $350 billion. And we see over 90 projects span throughout 28 states in order to facilitate more manufacturing in the US. Next slide. So what does all this mean? So all of this funding and all this infrastructure building, we see a workforce crisis building. So as we are building facilities to manufacture chips, we see that by 2023 data projects that by 2030, we will have unfilled jobs totaling up to 67,000 in manufacturing and design roles. So keep in mind this, and this is by 2030. Keep in mind that this is a 2023 study, and it doesn't account for the very large investments made in just the last few months, including Micron investing $200 billion in just their Idaho, New York, and Virginia facilities to facilitate larger manufacturing. Next slide. So, to emphasize my point even more, I did find another study in 2024 that helps us understand how big this issue is growing. So, in 2024, in a best case scenario, we could fill all of the, let me explain this first. So the upper portion of this bar graph is talking about just engineers, and then the bottom portion of the bar graph on the right is talking about technicians. And so in a best case scenario, we could fill all of the technician roles, but we risk 59,000 engineering roles still going unfilled by 2029. In a worst case scenario, we increase our workforce gap by 79,000 more jobs by 2029, totaling to 146,000 jobs unfilled in the semiconductor industry. That's a lot of jobs. So we can clearly see that the rate at which we are building these facilities, the workforce gap is increasing, risking idleness by not utilizing the capacity. So to help paint this picture of why it's so difficult to fill these roles, I need to talk about the complexities around manufacturing. So the products that are produced, these chips, they need to be manufactured in very sophisticated environments. And they're called clean rooms. It's where most of the manufacturing happens. And in these clean rooms, there are very, very expensive tools, very intricate and sophisticated, that are so sophisticated that even a single speck of dust can ruin an entire product, and that one product could be thousands of dollars wasted. So these clean rooms are essential. These clean rooms are often millions of dollars and even get into the billions if we're looking at commercial industry. And so building these clean rooms is not an easy task. Not only that, but the tools that you find in these clean rooms are expensive as well. And they often, because it's such a competitive industry with other nations, these tools are often switched out for more cutting edge tools to enable faster read and write times, faster computing, faster logic. And it creates a constant workforce adaptation need that the industry would prefer. And so getting accustomed to a set of tools may not be relevant in 2 years. So this tool change out is a problem for sure. So as well, in these clean rooms, you'll often find these hazardous materials and chemicals that are deadly but are critical to manufacture the chips. So these are all the types of things that are very difficult. Not only are the tools and facilities complex, but the demand and skills are complex. So technicians and engineers would ideally be specialized in skills around electrical disciplines, mechanical, material science, and physics. So there's a lot of theory behind the industry as well that they would prefer to have in their workers. Next slide. So we need to talk about the access of these facilities to get hands-on training that the industry desperately needs. So if you look at the map on the left, all of the yellow dots represent a university research and development partner, and you can see that they're very few and far between, and they're usually concentrated near big semiconductor players. So there's not a lot of easy access in the United States to facilitate the growth and education for the workforce. It was very difficult for me to find community colleges that train technicians around the United States because there's not a lot of data surrounding it, but I will say that there's not many, and the training that community colleges facilitate don't include those tools that are very much, that tool experience that the industry very much wants from its workers. So it's very difficult for technicians to get that hands-on experience, and if you are able to get into a university to get that experience, good luck. It's very few and far between. So, and this whole workforce problem got me into looking into solutions that we can help pipeline workforce development so that it becomes easier for trainees or students to understand the semiconductor industry, become interested, and be employed in this industry. Because there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of great benefits from the semiconductor industry, including salaries. It's a very competitive industry, and so if you want to move on to the next slide, what I came across was this idea of extended reality. So what extended reality is a umbrella term for augmented, virtual reality, and mixed reality that enables virtual environments to be designed around a learner. So the point of having Tony Stark here is, if you've ever seen Iron Man, it's very much the same concept, where he has a design and he's able to visualize it much easier using his extended reality solutions, and he's able to look at data and understand it in a much more intuitive way. And if you look at the video on the right, you can see that he will manipulate the physical objects around him while having a digital virtual surrounding, and this helps enable getting hands-on experience with different tools while potentially simulating those different tools in an environment that would more realistically simulate a clean room, for example. So this isn't a novel idea. This has actually been implemented in other industries and has been very successful. For example, in the healthcare industry, we see 50% reduction in training costs per participant once scaled. The once scaled part is really important. I'll touch on that later. So we also see in the automotive industry 30 to 70% fewer training errors. We see 40% faster repairs, millions saved on prototypes. And in aerospace, we see from Boeing reduced error rates down to 0 and cut production time by 25%. So these all seem like amazing statistics. If we're using them in these industries, why not fabs and clean rooms in the semiconductor industry? And so this put me down rabbit holes of trying to find scholarly resources of why this isn't implemented more. And what I found are a few key problems. So, number one, the user experience is mostly what's studied more than actual learning outcomes, which is a really big problem. So if we want to understand if this technology around extended reality is really effective, there's not enough long-term data to support it. We see a lot of short-term data from multiple industries, but no concrete evidence of long-term results. Also, there isn't enough data within the extended reality development where it can record potential real-time record feedback. There's not enough data to allow analysis to see if this is something that could be adopted across multiple industries. So being able to automate data and collect that data is going to be extremely important. There's also just a lack of standardization around extended reality in characterizing the different aspects of extended reality. Between different studies, there are different vocabularies used to try to understand the different aspects of extended reality. And so because of this lack of standardization, it's very difficult to find studies that are that can be applied across multiple industries. So on top of that, there's just a limited number of valid studies. Many studies would be eliminated due to potential bias reasons or many reasons of being invalid. So having that standardization would be extremely valuable in creating these studies. And another thing I found is that headsets, like the ones you see in this photo, are typically ideal for these virtual environments, but they do come at a higher financial cost from the get-go. Not just the headset, but also the development around creating the virtual environments. So, next slide. My recommendations are to create ways to allow us to understand extended reality in a long-term perspective to see if it is truly a beneficial technology for training and workforce development. So on a university level, researching and developing lower cost extended reality solutions to gradually integrate into training programs would be very beneficial. I think that, well, I don't think, it is from studies, a lot of these solutions are much cheaper. They've gotten cheaper over time. Computationally have become less intense. And so utilizing less expensive technologies at the university level to understand what is working and what isn't would be extremely beneficial. And at a federal level, further research should be investigated around standardizing extended reality solutions and defining extended reality. And there's already programs that exist that could do this around the Department of Defense, which exists because of military reasons. And then the National Institute of Science and Technology creates standards around these types of emerging technologies as well. And as well as the CHIPS Act already has programs to look into ways to build workforce development. And then on the industry side, it is imperative that tool experts that you find in clean rooms and industry leaders keep in close contact so that when developers for these virtual environments collaborate, they can facilitate these environments that are user-friendly and create effective learning outcomes for the trainers and those who are trying to become educated. And with that, are there any questions?
Okay, fantastic. I think we have one of the potential authors of that bill right here for the CHIPS Act. You know, when Chris talks about going down rabbit holes, I don't think that anyone in this cohort has gone down more rabbit holes in the last 8 weeks than him. He produced thousands of pages of stuff and was able to, you know, kind of decipher it down to something bare bones. So fantastic. Do we have any questions out there?
Can you go back to the slide with showing engineers and technicians using it?
Yes, this one?
Yeah, so I'm just interested specifically mentioning fabs
Yes.
and the engineers for semiconductor manufacturing versus the general semiconductor industry. Do you know the kind of split between the people who are actually working in a fab versus technicians who are fulfilling other roles within the semiconductor industry as a whole?
So you're trying to differentiate those who are actually working in a clean room versus those who are maybe more in design? So that's a really great question. So in the United States, there is a massive number of those in design, like engineers working in design versus those who are working in those technician positions. And so I think because we're moving so much manufacturing back, that means we're having to build more of these clean room facilities, which will then create more jobs, hence the gap. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, I think so. I'm more curious about the technician divide between technicians who are working in a fab versus technicians who are not.
Oh, I see. Most technicians would be working in a fab. In fact, I don't really know of many technicians that would not work in a fab setting. And so I should say that there's a difference between being in a clean room setting and then the fab. But either way, both settings have these tools that are imperative, and technicians are what is needed to work in those settings. Because most actual engineers won't really work in a fab setting as much. They're more on the design side and looking at reasons why maybe a chip is failing, for example. So the technicians are really the ones who need that experience in fabs and in clean rooms. So it's quite a big gap between engineers and technicians, and either way, technicians need to be in fabs, clean rooms. They're needed in basically the whole industry. So.
Hey.
Yes.
First, I want to commend you for your understanding of the issue in the presentation, and even down to the solution. Like when we were working on the Chips and Science Act, like even now to this day, the two things that keep me up at night that we didn't really fully address was the workforce challenge and then advanced packaging. And even in the provisions that we did in Chips and Science, like the National Network for Microelectronics Education, we'd have a call out for digital access to like labs and clean rooms to help train the next generation. So really good work here. My question is primarily around whether you looked at the Department of Labor as a solution for some of these problems, because a lot of their apprenticeship roles are actually where most of these folks get trained. Where we could use the CHIPS department or NIST, which NIST has already done a lot of this work, to help create some of the guidelines or curricula around training in any given context using AR/VR, but where it's going to be deployed is the Department of Labor.
Gotcha. So the Department of Labor are you talking on a state level or on a federal level? Okay, so I didn't look a whole lot on the federal level of the Department of Labor. However, I did see them pop up quite a bit. But what I did look into was just on a state level. In my home state in Idaho, for example, I actually got to speak with, it was the Workforce Development Committee, and I learned that there's a lot of initiatives to facilitate, shrinking this gap. And it was very valuable to me, and it was very relieving to understand that there's a lot of work around this happening already. But the Department of Labor federally, I don't know how much skin in the game they have with like extended reality. So I should look into that. I appreciate it.
Another congressional question. So I want to, I guess, zoom out a little bit, because I was very interested when you started talking about, workforce adaptations, kind of just broadly the semiconductor workforce beyond the XR. What is sort of the long-term vision here, right? So I'm trying to sort of think, because one of your bullets mentioned that the workforce needs to adapt to keep pace with innovation and industry. So what does that mean for you? Does it mean skill building? Is there more that needs to happen, right, for that, for us to keep up, right? And then also, what is the role of the different sectors? So you have recommendations for universities and other players in this space, right? So do you see that sort of being a multi-sector effort to be able to really keep pace with innovation?
Yeah, so I guess touching on your first question, so big picture, what I would love to see long term is options for students or even like K through 12 to be able to understand the STEM industry in general. Extended reality, I think, is a great option for not just the semiconductor industry, any industry, because right now, really the gap is in STEM. The semiconductor industry is just one small portion of it. And I think STEM, because I mean, extended reality by itself is already compelling, and it's exciting because it's a new way of learning. And I think the generation today, getting them excited about anything, I think can be kind of tricky. And STEM is a really big problem with that. So big picture, I would love to see extended reality just applied in STEM in general. It doesn't even have to be STEM, everything. But remind me what your second question was, though. Did I answer your first question?
Kind of cross-sector players, kind of what their role is in this long-term vision?
Yeah, so across sectors, I think the whole point of standardizing key terms around extended reality is that if we can define standards in extended reality, we can collect data that is much more effective, that we can compare across industries, and then see, based off that data, what's working, what's not, and then hopefully apply extended reality across these industries so we can look at, because I think there's a lot of similarities between the healthcare industry and like automotive as far as precision-based learning and the complexities in some of the theory. So I think comparing data across industries around extended reality is valuable, but we have to standardize extended reality in general before we can even get there. Did that answer your question? Okay, great.
Okay, we got time for one more question. We'll let you two tag team.
Great presentation on that, a really interesting and critical topic. You noted that there are already industries that are implementing this, though not standardized, it might be tough to share information cross sector, and this is already, as you noted, a costly industry. Are there ways? Well, I guess first of all, do you know like what cost may be of implementing this in a sector, and or like are there incentives to potentially drive that cost down that could then be used to enhance production? Like what does that like cost benefit look like for an already costly sector?
Yeah, it's a very relevant question that is definitely tricky to answer because I mentioned earlier in my presentation that this industry is ever changing, meaning these tools ever change, and the methods in which we manufacture chips ever change. And so creating the virtual environments or the simulations of these tools, I think the cost is kind of not easy to measure because it will be continually developed over time because it's always changing. So putting a number on that is tricky, but it will be very expensive. For example, looking into just some of the studies I did find around similar types of tools that maybe the healthcare industry uses, implementing that in a virtual space can be thousands of dollars, but in comparison to the actual tool itself, that can be tens of thousands of dollars. It kind of answers its own question that developing these spaces is cheaper than tools. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I think so. We'll close the questions, submit yours to the record, but the same experience we've had in the nuclear decommissioning industry, where it costs $10 million to build your own special hot cell, but if you can replicate that using this type of technology, it saves itself right off the bat. So
saves
we've found quite a
prototypes
bit of
and things
success
too.
in that. And so it's proven very effective in training people to decommission legacy nuclear facilities and other industries. Military uses it, obviously, because of the throughput and all those types of things. So it's a fantastic potential solution, I think, to augment the overall workforce development effort for semiconductors. Perfect. Okay, we're going to switch to the next presenter. Who's our next one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Rose, and I'm a graduate student at Penn State under the supervision of Dr. Larry Kadafacker. And today, we've heard quite a bit in the past two presentations about higher ed. We've heard about kind of understanding how the relationship of higher ed is in this, what we'll call research ecosystem. And I'm here to tell you that based on my findings, let's flip that on its head. So the tree there isn't just a cute little picture to go with the word ecosystem. It's also something that I really would like to have you keep in the back of your mind throughout this presentation, because truly it takes theory and practice together to not just learn, but get things done. So what's the problem? Well, the current problem is kind of threefold. Our race car is behind. And most importantly, it's global competition. As global competition increases, as some folks have already pointed out previously today, things like the national academies have pointed out that folks are leaving. And there are just reasons for that beyond financial. Sometimes it's equipment, sometimes it's the other staff among this. But all of this then plays into the overall global competition, where we're seeing other nations get ahead of us when it comes to research and development. The next part is outdated models. As one of the presenters earlier today mentioned regarding industry, academia, government, I'm here to present something a little bit different and argue that that fundamentally is part of our issue in not just what we're doing, but how we look at it. And as part of that is looking at something that I'll call intermediaries or intermediary organizations and how they're overlooked. I don't even have to do my intro because Aiden already did things like talking about the AAU and the APLU and these groups that truly are the ones that enact but are invisible to that system. So, what are we asking? What are we doing? What are we defining? Stay with me just for this one slide. I know it's a bit boring. So, from there, I'm looking at, well, before we keep going, what is an intermediary organization, especially in this context? How do government, academia, and intermediaries interact? And then what communication breakdowns occur between each actor? So when I mean to say something, but you interpret it differently, that breakdown just occurred. So to give a little bit of metric or math behind some of the things that are difficult to measure, I've gone to something called fractional scientific strength, or FSS. This was developed by a pair of Italian scientists, and what it does is essentially gives us numbers to things like citations, publications, based on salaries and whatnot, because it's difficult to measure, unlike things like technology transfer or patents or so on, where I have metrics. It's a bit more difficult to tell how well or how much output is occurring in research. And then I'm using that in combination with information that we have from those more hard metrics, again, invention disclosures, patent filings, local economic impact, and turning that into some simplistic measure I'm calling an efficiency ratio. We're essentially looking at that fractional strength over the research expenditure of an institution. So, what is an intermediary? Well, thankfully we have some examples from earlier. These are organizations that function as translators. So, to put that in perspective, if we take the traditional model of what's called the triple helix, or the quadruple helix, or the quintuple helix, or whichever model you want to use, we then get this idea of a triangle. And we get industry, we get government, we get academia. For the sake of this, I'm actually not looking at industry, and I can explain later why. At the simplest terms, government and university have a simple way that they can communicate and can communicate effectively. Government gives money, right? And through that funding, we have priorities for research. And universities respond with research output. We know this works. But the government does more than that. We have regulation, we have law, we have so on, and universities do more than just outputting research based on federal funding. So those messages are the ones that tend to get lost. And what we see is organizations coming in and functioning as these translation engines and allowing for better implementation of whatever it is we're discussing. So, enough theory, let's give a case study to that. So I'm going to talk about Autumn's role in technology transfer. So Autumn is an organization that was started in the 70s under a different name, and they focus on technology transfer managers, so the individuals at universities. And in 1980, when we got the Bayh-Dole Act, this was what finally allowed universities to, well, have their IP. They could commercialize it, they could do whatever the core of technology transfer became. But that's all that happened. We got a mandate, we got instruction from Congress to do something, and the universities realized very quickly that they don't have the money or the staff or the knowledge to do the implementation of it. So, organizations, again in this case Autumn, steps in, and what they do is they develop a way to actually implement that. So they focus on things like training courses to get individuals to know what it is that they're going to deal with, things like templates for filings, and different other information, and truly just a space to share information. And what that does is it enables these two groups previously that didn't fully understand each other, right, in this case university and government, to do what it is they wanted to. And in this case, it was technology transfer and increasing commercialization of inventions. So, now we can go to the findings. So the way that this was done was by applying that model and the numbers that I talked about earlier to, in this case, the Big Ten universities. I initially thought that I could do this nationwide and then realized that half a gigabyte Excel file was too much. So, we're here. Now, with this, currently what we're doing is, well, that comic. We're blindfolded and walking off a cliff. We are slashing funding, we are reallocating it in places that it not necessarily should be, and we don't have a way to prove what we're doing. So, instead, what this shows from that model and intermediary perspective is that these intermediaries lack support. They, again, are fundamental to the system, yet invisible to the system. And there's a disconnect between these actors. When the government is discussing something, they don't necessarily know everything the universities are doing, and vice versa. So we need the people, the organizations who are able to liaise between these two. And finally, there's lack of standardization. The fact that I had to try to come up with some metric to explain this to you shows that we don't have a way concretely to explain this. And to just quickly go over that table, what I'm saying here is applying that fractional scientific strength, or FSS, from earlier. We then combine that with, I went through salary information for different ranks of faculty, looking at their publications, their citations, so on. We get those numbers, and then we can apply that in combination with Autumn's numbers to then get this efficiency ratio. Now, this is not to compare universities against each other. The point is not to find the #1 most efficient university. What it is to find a way to say, all right, so our baseline today is that Ohio State has a 5.19, whatever that means. When they then apply a program by Autumn or by the AAU, or when they have this information shared, what is the effect then? So we can try to take note of what's happening, measure that and understand, and now suddenly we can say, okay, the number jumped by 1. Now we have something to back what we're talking about, instead of just saying, trust me. So what are the recommendations based on this? Well, there are 3. The main one is institutionalizing FSS as a standard metric. Myself and the authors of that paper fully acknowledge that this isn't perfect. And frankly, no system is. But that's the problem, is that we're too busy arguing, and as FMR loves to say, it's the baby wins. It's better to have some small comparison, some small metric that gets us partially there, rather than having nothing. So when I say institutionalize this, what I mean is, well, in this case, have NIST, for example, show and give a way to give this as a metric, right? We want a way to have these metrology answers. And from there, well, we need to prove that it works. So that moves into the next recommendation, which is developing pilot programs, which again was discussed earlier today, and is a great example of how we can have different consortiums and different groups apply this and see how it moves going forward. So we can then validate and refine the metrics. Maybe we find that it skews a certain way. Maybe it's not giving the whole picture. This gives a real world and practical way to say, all right, we understand that now. And that can be implemented, frankly, at many different levels, but the intention would be at university, but following the metrics that were federally institutionalized. And finally, once we have information that's solid, now we can start to talk about introducing efficiency benchmarks to guide funding decisions. Now we can start talking about, okay, so maybe in this case, we know that this medication or this field is going to produce more for the people, and we can understand that and start including that. Or the reverse, when there's discussions of cutting funding, we now have an argument to say, well, no, in this case, this produces this much, this helps the people by this much. And well, the expected outcomes are many, but to take just 3 key ones, what we're doing is getting higher quality output. We might have already had that output, but now again, we can say that we have the higher quality output. We understand where things were going wrong, and we understand a way to measure them. And we're improving alignment between the government and the universities. Now we have a way to more clearly communicate through these translation groups and through these metrics to say, we understand now what this was intended, and maybe an example is that the government proposes that you need a certain metric or a certain number of that efficiency to get certain grants or so on. We now have ways to kind of open up that door to things that are quantifiable. And finally, we have reinforced US global leadership in all this, because we finally understand how to apply ourselves, and we can back that up. So, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. We have an immediate question. Just go to our DC crowd, whoever's up here. I think Daniil's probably one of the ones who's ready to move and sleep in the office spaces here. So he is super excited about any potential opportunities up here.
First of all, great presentation. Really enjoyed it. Where did you get all of these comics from?
There's a website that you can look up like all of the old like newspaper comics, and there's like a stock of just you type in like a category, and then it pops them out. So I had the first one, and then from there I thought, okay, I want to stick with the theme.
Really liked it. I have a more serious
question. Yeah.
I really think that the way you highlighted the baby wins is very poignant for what we've been talking about with our FMR and the current state of things. How do you see this playing out kind of in a global scale? Like, do you think maybe the U.S. adopted these things first, would others take suit, or have there been other metrics?
So this is one of the cases where the U.S. is lagging. The EU has this. They have groups like, they call them, there's RTOs and research translation offices, and there are other organizations that function as those intermediaries, and that is their pure goal. They're acknowledged within the EU, that's part of the system, that's part of their transfer, or more broadly research translation system, because not all of it's about commercialization. And that is already a thing. I'm unaware of other nations doing that, but I know that the EU does that. And I think that there are good things and bad things to that. And that's actually a lot of things cited in my paper were looking at possible other examples, and that was one of them, in a place where I don't think theirs is implemented as effectively. So, sorry, to that, I would hope that the US would then, share this model to the world.
You might already answered this, but what did you say the role of industry in this whole conversation is?
Yes, so I actually did it. So my current issue with the way that the model is done when it comes to kind of this, again, triple helix is what it's called, but it was shown earlier today of how kind of university interacts with government and industry. Based on my findings and based on kind of business as usual in the US, part of that issue is that we have a reliance on saying industry will do. So specifically, what the industry role is, it would get tacked on essentially as a second model. I don't see it as something that is in the same circle. It then would go essentially shift to a second one. I think having the answer always be rely on industry is part of our fault currently.
Maybe from a university perspective, if we can add, and we have a couple of university researchers in here. Obviously, what you're kind of stating here or proposing is a standardization of a way to measure academic research output, I think is what you're doing.
That in combination with a different view.
Yeah, exactly. Have you, or at least shared this or bounced it off maybe Penn State or some other researchers who would say, hey, you're basically advocating for a report card, which then could potentially be linked to the amount of research funding I receive from the federal agencies, states, etc. What was their kind of position when you did that initial
Yes,
question?
so throughout the summer, I'm not at the liberty to disclose names, but throughout the summer I've interviewed many folks, including those in charge of leadership at Penn State, in charge of research when it comes to Penn State. I've spoken with individuals at the AAU, at the APLU, and so on, and everyone has been very receptive to this. They all felt that whether the argument was funding too much and this is why, or you should be funding us and this is why, the idea of acknowledging kind of and pushing more this use of the third parties and then having a way to measure how impactful they are has been received positively by everyone.
So this has sort of already been asked, but I'm curious kind of what this would look like if you were to do a larger scale study, I guess, in terms of scaling up, right? What would that need? This is, I think it's a good sort of pilot. Is it, what would be needed for that? Is it more funding? And then also, how do you think this looks at different types of institutions? If you look into that, like R1s and HBCUs and so on, and would they be receptive, and kind of what do you think the response would be?
So, to the first part, when it comes to scaling it up, I don't think this is a financial issue. Just given the fact that a lot of this information is collected. It's just collected at either institutional level only, or examples actually being Autumn, which are currently, that organization is currently the only one with information about tech transfer. So in order to get that, I have to be able to communicate with them or be a member or so on. So I think a lot of it is more so just coordination, even if that is just purely signaling from a federal level or from an agency level, just saying, this is what we would like to look at. We understand that you have this. Would you be willing to share even if it's within a limited amount? Now, when it comes to different kinds of universities, I think this actually is the most equitable way to look at it. Part of what I won't go too much in depth about is kind of those numbers that I was talking about and how to gather those statistics become normalized based on how much of a certain faculty rank does a university have, how much is that based, and it looks purely at their expenditure. And part of the issue so far is the fact that HBCUs and these smaller schools, community colleges, don't have as robust either tech transfer offices if we're talking about commercialization, or even outreach offices when it comes to more like research translation broadly. And these intermediaries function as a stopgap, right? So instead of the university having to have its own, we can kind of abstract it away or offshore it to this group in the middle, and it should become more equitable even for these groups.
Thanks, Daniel. Great presentation. Certain fields and disciplines at universities across the country do not pretend themselves to tech transfer. We thought about this a lot in the Chips and Science Act, and there was a lot of focus on the Democrat side on use-inspired or ways for society, using science for societal change that are not commercialization, right? How would you address some of those challenges? Like, would implementing this at a federal level, for example, affect social science funding?
So thank you, great question. And that's actually what got me started here, was that in my mind, just given the computer background, I thought that, oh, the end goal of everything is commercialization. That's the research I work in. However, for the majority of people, it's not the case. And that's actually part of what that metric looks into. So when I'm talking about that FSS concept, what I'm looking at is the next best thing I have, which is citations and publications. So that is looking at specifically within their department, within that field. So it's not comparing the engineering school to liberal arts. And I think that's currently the best way that we have, which is better than nothing, which is looking at kind of how much is it used within the scientific community. But there's certain things that are just incredibly difficult to measure, say if it's local economic development or if it's increasing the amount of local parks and the schools contributing to that. How do you measure that? So the best way so far is looking at just publications and output based on, again, rank, because given all the information about if you're recurring, right, you're going to get preference or so on and so forth, or tenure. This is specifically looking at it based within each group.
Okay, fantastic. So we'll submit all other questions to the record, right? Great job, fantastic job. Thank you very much. Okay, who's next?
We have a break.
We got a break?
Yep.
Says who? No, I'm kidding. All right, what time? Till what time? 3 o'clock, okay. no further ado, I'll hand it over to you for your presentation.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Andrew Avila, and I hail from California, and I attend Cal Poly Pomona as a civil engineer. I'm gratefully sponsored by the ASTM organization, and I'd like to give a special thanks to Paul from the E50 subcommittee, and I'd also like to give a thanks to Dr. Net from Kansas State University. So, without further ado, I'll be introducing my topic: navigating California's wildfire crisis and preserving its ecology. Specifically, utilizing geographic information systems to supplement recovery. And I know what you're thinking. Another California preaching to me environmental policy. But I'm here to say it goes beyond that. I'm here to promote sound environmental policy and balance that is rooted in data. So in order to understand really the issue here, we need to look at the context. So what we're seeing is a massive overhaul on that administrative level. We're seeing a huge shift in policy. But what was once before publicly available data is no longer accessible. Specifically that pertaining to addressing more severe weather patterns. Also, research programs that have been conducted to address these climate patterns is also being decommissioned. So some examples of this is research that we saw conducted on the relationship between dry climates and intensive fire seasons. That's no longer available. If you see that link right there, it'll direct you to a page saying that the information isn't accessible. Also, the 5th National Climate Assessment, which was a comprehensive effort to evaluate the state of the US's climate, that's no longer available under the current administration. Also, one of the crucial GIS data sets, the NCEI Coastal Ecosystem Data Set, administered by NOAA, that's no longer available. So in addition to this shift in policy, we're seeing a huge restructuring of bureaucracy and new legislation that could be potentially harmful to our ecological efforts. So the EPA has announced that it'll be closing its Office of Research and Development, which is a crucial arm in addressing and formulating sound environmental policy. We're also seeing, with the EPA cuts, a 23% reduction in employees from January to now. One piece of legislation making its way through Congress is the Fix Our Forests Act, which sounds like a positive piece of legislation. And its attempt at what it's doing is on its premise positive, but a provision in that would weaken the Endangered Species Act by broadly exempting the U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management from regulatory requirements. So, is there really a wildfire disaster crisis? You know, I know you're used to everyone saying, oh my gosh, the world's gonna end, this is a crisis. So, looking at the data that's available, this does seem to be the case. Maybe not that the world's gonna end like right now, but that we're seeing more severe weather and more common wildfire occurrences. So if you look at the top image, we see that the amount of burned areas in the western US from the period of 1984 to 2000 to 2001 to 2018, that has increased 98% fold. And this can be largely attributed to more days with high vapor pressure deficit, which has increased 94% under this same comparison of periods of time. We're also seeing that fires are becoming more common. Out of the 20 most destructive California wildfires, 18 of those have occurred in the past 25 years. 2 of those being the Eaton and Palisades fire, which occurred earlier this year. And the Palisades fire will look in closer depth to assess my policy recommendation. So why is it important that we look at this from an ecological lens, especially in California? Well, the reason being is our conservation priorities. California, much of it belongs to the California Floristic Province, which is 1 out of 25 biodiversity hotspots recognized worldwide, and the only one to occur in the US. So what is the biodiversity hotspot? Essentially, it's regions of immense ecological value that should be carefully monitored for ecosystem disturbances. So what qualifies? Well, it has to contain at least 0.5% of endemic plant species from across the world, meaning that those plant species can only be found there and nowhere else. Also, it has to have lost 70% or more of its primary vegetation, which due to colonization in early California history and urbanization, that is the case. And if we see this map of areas of unprotected biodiversity, we find that much of that falls under California. And why am I looking at the coastal sage scrub species specifically? Well, the reason being is the fire properties of it causes very intense fires that we saw that with the Palisades fire and with the Eaton fire. But it's also crucial to the ecology of California. Many rare, threatened, and endangered species depend on this for crucial habitat. So how are we going to balance the needs? How are we going to balance the needs of our local ecosystems and also public needs in redevelopment following these wildfire disasters? Well, let's look at the Palisades fire as our case study. So the Palisades fires erupted on January 7th, and within 3 days, 180,000 people were ordered to evacuate. Post-fire analysis suggests that 50,000 people have been displaced from their homes. This was so severe that Trump had to fly in and vow to lift federal regulations in the rebuilding process. And with this, EPA played a large role. Under Administrator Lee Zeldin, Phase 1 hazardous materials cleanup was completed the fastest it has ever been for such a large-scale disaster, within less than 30 days. But with this, there are repercussions. We see on the right here, local residents in the Palisades area protesting the EPA's use of local beaches for debris cleanup. So, using GIS data sets, I was able to evaluate if these choices were really sound or sustainable. So, looking at this, we see the water flows, if you see in the blue lines, and that pin right there is the staging site. So we see that there's a high possibility of runoff being contaminated, which will affect the safety of our public and also cause adverse reactions to the ecosystems there. So with the GIS, I was able to bring in the yellow shading, which is designated critical habitat. And if you see what's in red, that is the critical habitat for the western snowy plover, a threatened keystone species. So, this was also exacerbated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' decision to not conduct soil testing of the contaminated sites, asserting that 6 inches removal of topsoil was sufficient. Next. So, even further worsening this these choices on the federal level, we saw a cutting of red tape under Newsom's governance. So first was the suspension of CEQA and the California Coastal Act, which basically are in place to protect coastal ecosystems that are being threatened. So in addition to that, when the Coastal Commission tried to step in and fill the gaps not addressed by the first executive order, Newsom stated that they would have to take a backseat and essentially couldn't put any priority over his first executive order. And following that, 2 months after the fires happened was N-2025, which finally clarified the scope of the first executive order. But it was perhaps a little too late for the adverse impact on the ecosystems. Also, most shockingly, what it did was to suspend several pieces of legislation from the California Fish and Game Code that prohibited the take of rare, threatened, and endangered species. And they said that any take was allowable as long as it was for the purposes of rebuilding. So how do we address this? As we see, there's many factors involved here. Well, my first recommendation is perhaps environmental nonprofit organizations stepping in to fill those gaps. So what could collaboration with NPOs do? Well, NPOs represent specialized interests and have conducted extensive research on environmental issues. And much of this can demonstrate which environmental provisions should be prioritized. So what are some examples of this? Well, a report done by the Nature Conservancy on long-term trends in wildfire damages in California is heavily referred to, helps us understand the severity of this wildfire crisis. Also, Heal the Bay, a nonprofit organization, helped step in during the Palisades fire and assess if the EPA's choice of staging sites was environmentally sound. And they also had meetings with the EPA to see what their processes were for this cleanup. Likewise, voluntary standard consensus bodies can play a role. So states can preemptively identify standards that can be incorporated into emergency response. So this is done by incorporation by reference. Why does this work? Why would we want to do that? Well, industry is already shifting to sustainable development and preventative measures. Also, it's more efficient and limits the amount of research and funds that the government needs to put in themselves to create these standards. One such example of this is ASTM. So with the E50 subcommittee, I've helped to introduce a new standard that can address the wildfire issue in Southern California. And bear with me, it's a long name. The Standard Guide for the Identification and Evaluation of Critical Habitats in Coastal State chaparral ecosystems in Southern California following wildfires, using publicly accessible geographic information systems. I know it's a lot, but it's very specific and very streamlined, and the reason being is that using this kind of test run, we could see how we can apply GIS for more ecosystems and create a comprehensive effort on the federal level. So what does this ASTM standard guide do? Well, first, it could be used for pre-wildfire mitigation and planning. Using GIS data sets, we can assess which areas emergency response actions could be performed and where to have the least harmful repercussions to critical habitat. Also, it could be used for public education and information. Communities can implement the standard guide for the cases of emergency response. Also, it can help local communities understand their ecosystems and also avoid potential litigation in the future in the case that they do harm a rare, threatened, or endangered species by the measures taken to respond to wildfires. Also, most importantly, it could be used for post-wildfire mitigation, essentially filling in those gaps we saw by the executive orders, identifying which species are affected by these orders, and also finding the ecological value of the affected sites. So how do we implement this? Well, there's two solutions. One is more implied. This is going to be a much larger undertaking, but creating a new division under Title 14 Natural Resources that would be purposed for reviewing emergency response measures with a section included on the redevelopment of affected sites by wildfire and environmentally sound debris removal processes. A more specific and direct solution is its integration into California Code of Regulations. Under Title 14 Division 5.5, the California Coastal Commission. And the reason I say under categorical exclusions is to address those loopholes we're seeing with the executive orders. Basically, what would be suspended under the executive orders could still qualify under categorical exclusions. And therefore, we have a baseline standard for the worst case scenario. So how could we maybe word this? Well, I came up with this wording. If GIS screening compliant to ASTM standard suggests substantial impact to rare threats and or endangered species, the Coastal Commission is to inform the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to implement mitigation measures that do not impede rebuilding processes. However, if screening indicates direct harm to a rare threatened or endangered species, the department is to be notified and permitting exemptions are to be restored to the Coastal Commission's discretion. So ultimately, I think there's a lot that could be done here on a variety of levels. Basically, what we need to do is prioritize public needs first and foremost. But that does not mean that we need to abandon our environment and local ecosystems with that. Through efficient means such as GIS data systems, we can make conservation the standard in every era. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely fantastic. I think, where our fellow Californian here kind of threw a bar that we're, up here preaching environmental. We thank you. My greatest accomplishment over the course of the last 8 weeks is that we have a Californian looking for something that is non-regulatory to address a particular issue, such as leveraging voluntary consensus standards. So I guess it's a tip for tat. But absolutely fantastic job. Do we have any questions? Oh, before I go, I'd like to thank Matt as well for that final portion. He's been instrumental in this and recommended coming up with an implementation. How would you implement it? And I think it really shaped up the presentation quite a bit. So thank you very much. Okay, any questions?
Very nice job. My question is relating to your recommendation to involve nonprofits. How would you find these nonprofits, decide if they're worthy listening to, and kind of manage those interactions between government and fish and wildlife service and nonprofits?
Well, what we're seeing is already a lot of leading environmental nonprofits. Like I said, with the Nature Conservancy, a lot of them already have credibility because for decades we've seen their involvement. And they're the ones who are really pushing being involved in these government processes rather than vice versa, where the government's pushing and having to search, and really pull and find which ones. So I think ultimately to kind of assess which ones is to look at data, the data that's already available, and seeing, is this data reliable? Has their projections been accurate? So I think that's a way of mitigating that.
Any other questions?
Awesome presentation. I just wanted to ask, for the impetus and the catalyst for you creating this presentation, did you have like a background in biology? Do you think that other engineers would help from learning a little bit more about ecology and the environment?
I feel like you already gave me the answer, but okay. But yeah, my background is I took a conservation bio class for one of my options for my GEs. And that really gave me, I feel, a background that helps just guide, the way I approach engineering entirely. And I do think, yes, that's essential. And maybe we could look into implementing that in our colleges, just making it required that we have our engineers really understand environmental impact. Because no matter the branch of the engineering, whether it's civil, mechanical, electrical, there's always going to be impacts. And I think, having that background knowledge just better prepares us for leading the way in sustainability.
Did you look at scalability at all, like applying this to other types of natural disasters, like nuclear waste cleanup or tsunamis or anything like that? Like, are there other examples out there?
Yeah, that's why we're kind of introducing this standard, because it's really focusing on the issue of wildfires that most directly affect coastal sage. So I think that once we kind of see how this could be applied, how it would work out, I do think that we should implement on a federal level, or at least a state-by-state level, measures for mitigating disaster response while having ecological considerations.
And I'll add to that as we finish up, so we got one more presentation, but I think that E50 from ASTM is one of those that definitely has some of the products that they produce, the guides, have cross-domain applications, okay, that other domains can use them, leverage them, and benefit from. And then each of the other technical committees, such as mine, deal and produce standard guides that address specific industry potential disasters and that kind of stuff. And so the approach in general of leveraging ASTM and or other standards organizations or NGOs outside of just relying on government legislative solutions, I think is a valid one and one that should absolutely be pursued. So with that, if you have any other questions, submit them to the record, and we'll go with our last, Liam. His family flew all the way in from Philly with the rest of took the tram and came in. Enjoying it out. As Liam brings this up, you know, his is particularly of interest to me, obviously, because it's dealing with nuclear, and in particular with, as many of you have taken on, how do you get other ways, or how do you explore other forms of governance, other ways of addressing gaps that could be created through deregulation, such as executive orders that are streamlining processes, etc. And is there a role for folks to jump in? So I'm proud to say from ASTM that our committee has incorporated you quite a bit. He stood in, I think we voted him as chairman for the E10 committee at our last meeting. We just bypassed it and made him the chairman from his comments. But he's been a blessing and just a tremendous talent here, and look forward to hearing your presentation. So you got last one of the day, so no pressure.
Thanks for the intro, Joe. And just as the last speaker, I'd like to do my due diligence and speak on our FMR, Joseph Sinicro. So he has been nothing short of... All right, so now I can do my presentation, Building Trust in Next Generation Nuclear. So we now stand at the forefront of a new industrial boom fueled by the development of AI and other technology. With potential for massive productivity increase, AI specifically has the availability to revolutionize almost every industry. So therefore, leading advancement in AI is a critical goal for the American economy. And in order to do this, data centers are required to train these AI models. And they need large amounts of consistent electricity for operation and can only tolerate very small downtimes. They target less than 5 minutes per year. So with that in consideration, the moment is urgent and new energy must be generated on time to develop AI on time. So this is the driving force behind the American Energy Challenge. So American electricity demand is projected to rise 30 to 50% by 2040, which is a huge increase for our infrastructure to take into account. And this is due to increase of industrial loads like data centers, electrification of transport and heating, and advanced manufacturing techniques. And in order to meet this demand, we need to meet energy goals across a variety of industries, and it is in a national effort critical to the success of the U.S. economy. And so this is where nuclear energy's role steps in. It is one of many energy sources that we need to develop further in order to meet these energy goals. And it is uniquely advantaged for powering AI data centers because it has the highest capacity factor compared to other energy sources. And so capacity factor is just the time that it's operating at full capacity throughout the year. So nuclear is at 93% and other ones are much lower than this. And it is the largest supplier of clean energy in the US today. So growing it to meet our energy goals will also help us keep our energy clean for our future goals with carbon emissions. And we can see this advantage of nuclear and AI with many tech giants already investing in nuclear projects. We've seen Microsoft, Google, and Meta investing, and others. And in order to meet this nuclear growth that we need to see, advanced reactors will be critical to achieving these goals because they are flexible, scalable, and safer than previous reactors. And so the recent policy response in order to meet these goals started with the ADVANCE Act in 2024, which was a bipartisan bill aimed at streamlining the NRC, which is the sole regulator of commercial nuclear energy,
and it was directed at modernizing its licensing process, among other reorganization efforts. And then following up on that, in May, we received several executive orders ordering the NRC to further meet these goals and sort of building off of the Advance Act. And it added some things like strict licensing deadlines, NRC reorganization, and also update our safety thresholds. So some potential challenges we may face with these changes is that the NRC is facing overwhelming new mandated deadlines when also they've been restructured in a way that will reduce their funding. And also, these streamlining efforts lower the time put into these processes and risk eroding public trust, which is still shaken from past accidents that everyone has heard about, and these streamlining is going to raise concerns most likely. So, to follow up on the risk of ignoring public opinion, we can look at historical examples from other countries. So, looking at Germany, they faced a similar problem of having a public trust issue. And what they really had go wrong was that their politicians, similar to the US, were very united on the front of wanting to develop nuclear energy, but like in the US, it was more iffy on the civilian support. So as politicians forced these projects through, the civilians felt betrayed and ultimately turned against nuclear energy, and now they've decommissioned all nuclear energy in Germany, ultimately leading to their energy rates going up and reducing their future potential to produce more energy. And, go back, yeah. So doing shortcuts like what past people who made mistakes have done would be a huge issue, and it would undermine public trust. So one example of a shortcut that our government may make the mistake of doing in the future could be using federal land setting to sort of circumvent public opinion. So there's been talks in our government of, well, if people don't support these local nuclear projects, we can just do them on federal land. But ultimately that would serve to alienate the voters and the people of America. And the best way to deal with this public opinion issue is to develop transparent, localized decision-making that builds real support in these communities. And so the central thesis of what I'm trying to get at is, to meet rising energy demands from AI and electrification, the US must rapidly deploy advanced nuclear reactors without compromising public trust. And one way we can aid in this effort is to use a transparent increase in the role of voluntary standards into the regulation process. So to talk more about voluntary standards, they are developed by standards makers like ASTM, ASME, IEEE, ANS in a consensus format that hears opinions from industry and scientific backgrounds. And they're peer-reviewed and transparent. And they're very great at regulating emerging technology because they allow innovation, but also make sure to monitor the safety of these innovations. And they can be made binding, they don't always have to just be, well, I say I want to follow this standard, so I'm going to do it, but they can be made binding in licensing contracts or local decisions in law. And so why self-regulation is really a good path forward for this developing advanced reactor industry is because it's flexible and adaptable to this new technology. It has been proven to be effective in AI, hydrogen, aviation, and other industries. And for example, when facing similar constraints, the FDA was forced to meet strict deadlines, and they were able to use voluntary consensus standards and conformity assessment, which is a way of third parties making sure these standards are being met to meet these deadlines in a timely manner. And it's a great way to reduce the regulatory burden for the NRC, which is facing extreme pressure right now to meet their goals. And it will work best when paired with clear public oversight. So to make sure that these implements to add more safety are actually seen by the public to help with this public opinion and public trust in nuclear power. And so for some policy recommendations that sort of address these things. One, my first one, very simply, Congress should hold a hearing on nuclear regulation. And this would be the Energy and Commerce Committee. And these hearings are really designed to just tell the public what Congress is thinking, and also hear from key witnesses like the NRC how they're reacting to these political changes. And it would raise public awareness, and it would also just be great to hear from the NRC chairman, or one of the NRC chairmen, about how this evolving time is going for them. And it also shows bipartisan commitment to safe deployment, which is something that we know it's clear that both parties want, but it's important to put on the record recently as these new changes are pretty significant. And so the second recommendation is that the NRC should strengthen the role of voluntary standards. And this really is something that needs to be workshopped and figured out by hosting technical exchanges and getting these standards makers together to figure out a way that these standards can take an increased role. Where they already are used in certain circumstances with current reactors, but for example, molten salt reactors often operate at atmospheric pressure, and most nuclear reactors are using ASTM boiler code pressure, which is not designed for those environments. So there need to be updates. And they need to really gather these standards makers and determine a path forward to ensure these are publicly visible and explainable for conformity assessment, and to really just signal to the public, which is one of the most key things, to signal to the public, maybe put a new label on this to show them that they're doing something to mitigate these streamlining efforts and make sure things are still safe. And so to sort of comment on some policy that we're seeing in Congress right now, I believe Congress should pass the Strengthening American Nuclear Energy Act. And what this act does is it pretty much codifies these executive orders and puts them hard into law, which right now they're somewhat legally questionable whether they're binding to the NRC, but this would make it certain. And this can sort of create long-term investment opportunity by making it a certainty that these nuclear projects, these advanced reactors, they will get licensed on time, and then they can move on to the next phases of construction, which will have many of their own challenges in themselves. And it also can reinforce congressional oversight. And another act I'd like to comment on is the Efficient Nuclear Licensing Hearings Act. And what this act seeks to do is it seeks to reduce NRC hearings, which are open to the public currently, and only offer them if people in the public petition for the hearing to exist. And I believe this is a step in the wrong direction. We need to see transparency from our government, and although it's important to make streamlining efforts, this is just not the correct way to go, because it reduces public participation, and having these hearings on the record is very important to see what the NRC is thinking at various times so people can make accurate judgments about the efficacy. And it also just risks backlash, which is we're really teetering a thin line. If we mess it up right now, we could make a mistake that we really won't ever recover from and really diminish our energy production for the rest of our lives. And a better path could be to streamline with standards and not decrease the visibility of NRC affairs. And so, in conclusion, U.S. leadership in AI, climate, and national security depends on nuclear energy. And it is essential to our future, but it must earn and sustain public trust to exist. And voluntary standards are one way to bridge the gap between the urgency of the problem and the regulatory challenges we face with it. And in the long term, there are many other challenges that need to be solved for this industry. So supply chain development is necessary and crucial to accelerate deployment after this licensing is worked out. And the goals that have been set in the executive orders are very optimistic at best. They want to quadruple, Trump stated that the goal should be to quadruple nuclear energy by 2050. And in order to achieve that, we will certainly need a national effort, and we can't afford a setback. Thank you.
Okay, I'm a little close to the problem set, but that was a damn good job. Excellent, excellent. Okay, do we have any questions out there?
Living relatively close to the 3 Mile Island area, knowing that Microsoft's looking to bring it back for AI purposes, do you see private sector playing more of a role in kind of reviving our interest in nuclear? Especially specifically from the tech side of things.
Yeah, so I think private getting involved in nuclear is a very, very good sign for the industry, because especially these big tech companies have incredible influence both over our government and investors and the public in general. So I'm not sure if I'm answering the question super well, but I do think it will help increase public support, and also it should be a good sign for non-private projects in the future to occur.
Okay, next question.
focused at what I think is the correct place here, saying we need to generate public support for these facilities. But typically, the standards don't have particularly high public visibility, and typically the public doesn't have a role in developing them. You kind of touched on this, but can you clarify a little bit more the public's role in the standards development process?
Yeah, so I see what you're saying, and that's a very good comment about where I'm getting at, because there have been, of course, these like big court cases standards of like they're not public access, so how's the public supposed to comment on them? But I think a good potential way forward for standard makers to navigate that, if it takes an increased role, would be to sort of come up with some sort of label, some conformity assessment, such that like experts can come and okay, we agree, we've looked at the standards, we realize that these are well made, and then this label can just sort of help give more authority at a third party level to these projects. So does that answer the question?
And I'll, if I can, just kind of capitalize off that, because that's a great point, because the public in general doesn't know or aren't participants in general in the consensus building process, right? Voluntary standards. But in my particular field, we got funded to do a little bit of research on evaluating public trust in institutions like ASTM International and the role that's just, and so what we did is we had, okay, if you have technology A, and we listed technology A, and then we listed technology B, identical wording, identical technology, but simply put, met ASTM standards. Overwhelming, 98.5%. Didn't even know what the hell the standard was, but said, I'll take that. So, although it may not be occurring, there's an intuitive sense, I would argue, that standards or certification processes work and have underlying impacts on improving public trust and confidence, even if they don't participate in the development of that standard or even know what it is, they still recognize the value of it and put a stamp of approval to whatever the technology is. And we found that in our research, that was the case, of course, in the nuclear cleanup phase of technologies used for that they were even willing to do that, at least, but to Ethan's point, at least on paper, they were willing to do that even if it cost more, i.e. it cost you, the taxpayer, more money. But seeing that little label somehow intuitively gets them to say, I believe, I believe, I believe. Yeah. And I'll share those with you as well.
I was just interested in your thoughts on, with the reorganization going on at NRC, it's not just funding, but you're also losing a lot of the institutional knowledge from the staffers, especially, I would think in the next few months. How do you think that your collaborative efforts between outside organizations, standard organization, and the NRC will look moving forward due to that loss of institutional knowledge? And let's be honest, nuclear workforce is on the older side, and it's just concerning, especially with these, these very, ambitious executive orders from the Trump administration. How do you see that kind of playing out in the future?
Yeah, so that's a really good concern to bring up, because industry knowledge is, every single industry person I talked to when we talked about like achieving these nuclear goals in the long term, they're basically saying industry knowledge has been eroding over time, and to be honest, we've sort of forgotten, especially with licensing, even beyond just manufacturing, construction, these sort of things. And it's definitely going to be a big concern in licensing and all other aspects. And I think a collaborative effort like this, which will sort of bring the industry together, maybe put some things more on record, I think it could only help this issue. I don't think it won't totally solve that issue, which is one of the biggest things we're facing with nuclear, and how we can, transfer the knowledge and develop the workforce we need to meet the goals. But I think it could help. Any collaborative effort could only help in that.
And I will say again, just to answer that, Ryan, that we have some Obviously, we have one of our DOE fellows right here who is a up-and-coming future participant in the nuclear industry, right? He's not bald like me, he's not gray like Russ, he's young, vibrant, and energetic. So there are programs out there, focused programs, that are funded, and it survived the funding cut, at least on the DOE side because of this, they survived. And so we put out about 30 a year, engineers of whatever flavor, from undergrad up to PhDs, that go out into the industry in some capacity to kind of help to fill that potential institutional void that we're probably on the horizon. I would argue we've been on that horizon for quite some time, given how old the workforce is. I mean, the Russes and the Joes are past our prime. You know, but hopefully I think they recognize that or attempted to solve the problem to some capacity. Okay. Last question. You're between us and an ice cold beer. I want to say, will you stand up for a second before I give you the mic? So he knows what he's facing. How old are you today? 22. 22. So he's a year in. I said, do you want to have a beer after this? He said, I want a tequila. So that's what you're in the way of with this last question.
We're going to have plenty of margaritas. Great job, William. I was just curious if you had looked into the evergreen congressional debate on permitting reform on this topic to see whether changing the permitting would allow for the ease of additional nuclear facilities in the country, which could then help bring the public along compared to the continual years, if not decades long fights over opening new nuclear facilities in this country.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of the specific, permitting reform platform you're speaking of, but in what all I've seen, permitting reform is like a very crucial aspect, at least policy-wise, we can affect to look at because, it makes sense to be very careful in the industry, like has very catastrophic risks, but also a lot of industry people have commented to me that they feel certain aspects of it are very unnecessary and wasteful. So I guess I'm not aware of that specific one. I'll have to look into it, but I hope that speaks to that a little bit.
Okay, so we'll save all additional questions, send them for the record, I guess. My hat off, in all sincerity, I guess I get to close before we head off. It has been an absolute honor and privilege to be a part of this fantastic group of young men and women. For those who have been here throughout the day, if you're not impressed, you need to go and evaluate yourself, is what I would say, in all sincerity. The issue ain't them, it's us. And so I'd also like to reinforce my comments and thank ASTM International and IEEE. Like I said, and I will give you this as a parting mentoring for you. If you can find a fit as you all take your degrees, and one place to find a fit is to see if an organization is willing to invest in you as a person and invest in your growth as an individual. And I think that ASTM International and IEEE have definitely risen to that occasion. They are willing to invest in the future to address exactly what Ryan was talking about for the betterment of our country and for the industries, and that they are truly setting and laying a foundation for an infrastructure of opportunity. With that opportunity, it's up to you all to go out, walk through that door, and to bust your asses to go out and do what you need to do to make the most of that opportunity. And there's not a doubt in my mind that this group of young men and women here are going to do exactly that. So for IEEE, ASTM, your efforts are going to be rewarded. There's no doubt in my mind, and we're going to be seeing an ROI in this particular investment with this group well into the future. So with that, I am now between you and securing a nice ice-cold beer, drink, Coca-Cola, whatever it is you want to do. I'm not glamorizing alcohol at all. Thank you to the parents for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody. And
AI is changing our world at a tremendous pace. We need to be prepared for these changes. We need to understand how AI is affecting our lives, our societies, and even our psychology. I believe that this is the most important work in the world right now. IEEE is bringing people together from all around the world to work on some of the world's most difficult problems. IEEE is my competitive edge. AI is